The Bloodstained Parasol, A Study in Madness, from Weird Tales Magazine, September, 1923, by James Ravenscroft. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Bloodstained Parasol, by James Ravenscroft. Within the room were sounds that were unpleasant to hear. They were dreadful, maniacal shouts of command, shrill cries of terror, and more awful because constantly broken by hoarseness and moaning of infinite tenderness and sadness. "He is in one of his spells," the attendant said. "Perhaps it would be just as well not to see him now. It is not a picture that you want to carry with you." The attendant's voice was one of gentle solitude and pathos. Doubtless long service in the place had made it so. It was a private sanitarium in the national capital for the hopelessly insane, to which my profession as specialist and alienist gained me admittance. The sound hypnotized me. I could not turn away. The small iron grating at the top part of the window drew me like a magnet, and I went and looked into the room. A pale-faced, emaciated, wild-looking man, standing in the middle of a bare mattress on a heavy iron bedstead, was yelling and gesticulating madly at some imaginary object at the bottom of the door. "Get away! Curse you, get away!" he cried frantically. "Begone, you brute! Out of my sight! Would to God I had burned you as fine as ashes! Oh! Oh!" The groans which ended the fury cannot be described. They were those of a soul in agony. His whole appearance was that of one convulsed with a terror as of death. At first he did not see me as I peered through the grating. His eyes, bright with the glitter of madness, were fixed in a fearful stare at the bottom of the door. "It is over now for a while," said the attendant. The words roused the man, and he raised his eyes to the grating. A wan smile of relief broke the expression of horror on his face, and he at once stepped off the bed and came to the door. A heady sweat, not the kind caused by heat, though the day was sultry, was on his brow and upper lip, and his body relaxed from the tension of the spell, as shaking with a nervous palsy. He was clad in pajamas of some coarse white material, and his feet were bare. "Pardon me," he spoke in low tones and with an accent of breeding, "but that infernal dog distracted my attention and I didn't see you. I'm glad you came. I remember you quite well indeed. You were doing intern work here, were you not?" I yielded to his humor, grateful that I could help to ease his tormented spirit, and nodded affirmatively. The glitter in his eyes seemed to be intensified, and putting his face almost against the grating, as though he meant his speech to be confidential, he said, "Perhaps you saw her?" His voice was almost a whisper. "She came in when I was dissecting. I was always dissecting then, always dissecting. Understand, I cut things up alive and dead, dead and alive. That was the beginning of the hell." He said it so sanely, so remorsefully that I, startled, looked close at him. Reason appeared to be reinstated on her throne. Then he broke out again. "I cut them to pieces, but I didn't burn the pieces, and they escaped out the windows, through the keyhole. They even hid in the pockets of my clothes until I was on the street, and then they would leap out and dart away." He moistened his thick, dry lips with his tongue, and took hold of the bars in the grating, and went on. "No, I didn't burn the pieces. They escaped. That dog follows me in pieces. At night its feet scratch at the bottom of the door, and its eyes look in between the bars of this window. Its red, dripping tongue lies on the bed beside me, and its hot, horrible breath smothers me. Its footsteps trot up and down the floor, and its hellish moans and whines drive me crazy. Listen, it was alive. That's why she struck me. A soft white thing it was, and I threw up my hands and caught it. She dropped it, and I took it and kept it. That's it standing in the corner over there." Involuntarily, I shuddered and looked toward the corner designated by his gesture. There was nothing in any of the corners. "And after the dog is gone, she comes. She comes slipping. I can't hear her. I can't see her. She comes to get her parasol. But when she sees the bloodstains on it, she turns to a ghost. I tried to wash the stains out, but I can't. Every time I put water on them, they spread." He leaned closer to the bars, and with one eye cautiously on the attendant, he whispered, "I'm working on a solution that will entirely remove the bloodstains, so she will take the parasol. For when she does, the dog will leave, and then I can get a long, quiet rest." He paused and looked furtively around the room, and then began his awful babblings again. He called piteously after me as the attendant took my arm and drew me away. I remembered little else that I saw in the sanitarium. "Tell me about him," I implored as soon as we got out of hearing of his cries. "Who is he? How did he come to be here?" The attendant hesitated. "Not everyone should hear that story," he remarked thoughtfully, as if half talking to himself. "But of course, with you, a specialist, it's different." He took me to a chair on the porch. From them I could see into a section of the grounds of the inmates, where benighted beings were engaged in assuming their various and fantastic roles of madness. "His name I shall not tell you," he began, "for that is a secret, and very properly so. I shall only relate briefly what happened to him as it came to me from his mother. His people are prominent and wealthy. It wrecked his mother's life, but the only thing that could be done was to give him up into this place. When they come here to see him, they wait until he is comparatively free from symptoms of an attack, and then they go look in the grating, as you did. Strange to tell, he recognizes only one of them, a sister, but he believes her to be a sister who died some 2 or 3 years before he became insane. Every possible care is given him, and every famous specialist in the country have examined him. They say it is useless to hope, that he will be raving mad to the end of his days. Then the Furies seize him, and he will hurl at his imaginary tormentors anything he can lift. That is why his room has nothing in it but a bed, and that is fastened to the floor with heavy cleats. The mattress, made of a material that resists his nails, is securely attached to steel slats riveted to the bed frame, and there is no covering. Blankets, spreads, pillows, and sheets were given him at first, and he rent them to tatters fighting the dog. In the winter, his room is kept so warm that covering is not needed. He was accounted one of the brightest minds at the medical college where he was a professor. It was predicted that he would do great things in surgery. He was making a special research in the field of vivisection. As he himself said, every time he can get someone to listen, that was the beginning of the hell. He was engaged to marry one of the loveliest young women of his city. From what I was told, she was as lovely in spirit as she was in person. The woman, it is said, was the real force that moved his work at such amazing strides. He was eager to give her of the very best of his energies and talents. As a quiet and close observer of life, I am sometimes almost persuaded to believe in fate. The story is that a whim possessed his fiancée to go through the medical college, just, as I presume, as a whim possessed you to go through this place. She said nothing to him of her intention, for she wanted to surprise him. 2 girlfriends accompanied her, and together they explored. An attendant, who must have been exceedingly careless, was directing them, and at a certain place in their adventure fate willed that he should be called elsewhere for a few minutes. In those few minutes, a man was doomed to madness, a woman's heart was broken, and several lives were made desolate. The place where the attendant left them was in a corridor by a laboratory where dissecting and other experimental work was done. The doctor's fiancée opened the door of the room and peeped in. At the opposite side, a man with his back to her was working over some object. She at once recognized the familiar figure, and, as fate would have it, she was seized with a caprice to steal up behind him. Telling her companions who he was, and bidding them wait in the corridor for the attendant, she went in, softly closed the door, and noiselessly tiptoed along the aisle between benches. If there had been more light, but why say if, other than if fate had not taken her there that day? Her lightly slippered feet made no sound, and she stood behind him unnoticed. He might have heard, but he was deeply engrossed in his work. She tilted slightly on one foot and looked past him at the object which so held his attention. She gazed a moment, and then, as though forgetting his presence, she sprang to his side. A dog was stretched on a dissecting board. How she discovered the tact is a mystery, unless she saw with the inner and more penetrating vision. But she did see evidence of life in an animal that had been carefully prepared by all the modern methods as a subject for the dissector. The doctor dropped his instruments and stood staring at her, speechless. Had she dropped from above, he could not have been more amazed and startled. "It's alive!" the girl gasped. "Yes," he admitted. "You had better not look at it. Please come away. How did you get here?" The girl never moved, nor took her eyes from him. "It is in the interest of science of saving and preserving human life," he began to explain. No doubt a cold fear was creeping into his heart at the sight of her. "It is done in nearly all colleges and hospitals, you know. The animal is under a powerful anesthetic and does not feel pain." A moment more she stood, so the tale goes, as though transfigured. And then, "You fiend! You coward!" she screamed as she struck him in the face with her parasol. She swung it with all her strength for a second blow, and he threw his hands to ward it off. There were red smears where he touched it, and when she saw them, she flung the parasol from her and swooned. Her companions, from where they were waiting in the corridor, heard the scream and the commotion, and rushed in just as the doctor picked her up, and ran after him as he carried her to another room. He told them that she had fainted at the sight of the dissecting table. It was a fatal day for the doctor. In his excitement, he had forgotten to wipe his hands before he lifted the girl, and there were red finger marks on her white dress. Almost as soon as she revived, she saw them, and swooned again. And when she again revived, she began trying to tear off the dress, like she had lost her reason. One of her companions telephoned to her home, and fresh clothes were brought. It was perhaps all of an hour later when, sick and too weak to walk, she was carried from the room to which the doctor had taken her. That is the end. The doctor pleaded with the girl's father and mother, but in vain. She would never again permit him to see her. She said she would as soon marry a murderer. Night after night he paced the sidewalk in front of her home, and went away only when the lateness of the hour and the vacancy of the street made him conspicuous. He gave up his college work, neglected his personal appearance, and at last became like a haunted man. Many dark tales of what had happened were whispered among friends and acquaintances of the two families. The girl became a nervous wreck, and finally her people broke up their home and moved to a distant city. Then something in the doctor's brain cracked, and, well, you have seen for yourself. He rose, a gentle reminder that he could not spare more of his time. As we shook hands in parting, he said, "Vivisection may, possibly, be of service to medical and surgical science, but it has nothing to do with love. The end of The Bloodstained Parasol by James Ravenscroft. The Cat's Paw by Ward Sterling. From the Black Mask Magazine, August 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Cat's Paw by Ward Sterling. 1. The Peck Mansion was as carefully guarded as a prison. At the front and rear doors, armed operatives from the best detective bureau in the city, all tried men, were posted day and night. Others patrolled the grounds. There was not one chance in 10 million for anyone to creep through the network of protection we had thrown about the aged millionaire and his family. Yet the first murder occurred within 24 hours of the time set by Lon Bixby. Lanigan, the second man, did not report for duty in the morning as usual. Jenkins, the butler, entering the room when he did not respond, found him cold in death. The tragedy had taken place sometime during the night. The body was cold and rigid when we rushed into the chamber in response to the butler's frantic calls for help. Bloated to nearly double his natural size, blackened, the limbs twisted as from convulsions, the face drawn out of shape, the unfortunate man presented a terrifying spectacle. Dr. Maxwell, Peck's regular physician, who was locked up in the house with the remainder of us, gave as his opinion after a hurried examination that death was the result of poisoning. Yet Lanigan had eaten nothing to the best of our knowledge and belief that the rest of us had not also eaten. That had been part of our agreement, that we would all partake of the same food, in order to protect Peck from poison. Nor had anything in the provision line been brought to the house. Prepared to stand a siege, everything, even the fresh meats, had been purchased in advance and stored away in the refrigerating plants downstairs. Dr. Fry, the coroner, summoned by telephone as soon as the tragedy was discovered, agreed with his colleague that Lanigan had been poisoned. It was his belief, however, that the poison had been administered by injection into a vein. Both physicians made a careful examination of the body. Just above the knee, they found 2 minute punctures in the skin. Here, too, the swelling seemed more aggravated than elsewhere, while the spot had turned a darker hue. The body had every symptom of death from snakebite. Yet we knew that there was not a snake in the house, nor could there have been one in the room. Lanigan had, according to my instructions, slept with his windows and door locked. They were in this condition when the body was found, for it had been necessary for the butler to let himself into the room with his pass key. The other servants had locked themselves in the same way. An alert detective had been posted all night in each corridor. In spite of the precautions in order to make certain, we removed every piece of furniture from the dead man's room. There was no possibility of a reptile having been hidden there, nor could a man have in any possible way entered the house. To make matters more complicated, we knew that Lanigan had not left the house that day, nor the day before. For this was part of the arrangement we had made. Ponder as I would, I could think of no possible solution to the puzzle. It was as mysterious as Poe's Mystery of the Rue Morgue. Peck, the storm center, the man for whom all these precautions were taken, and for whom poor Lanigan had died, was the calmest of us all. 5 minutes after the appearance of the coroner, the millionaire was summoned to the phone. In accordance with my determination not to allow him out of my sight day or night, I accompanied him to the library. A harsh, metallic voice, a voice so loud that it could be heard all over the big room, informed him that the death of a member of his household had been a warning sent to prove to him that in spite of all of his precautions, his enemies were able to strike when and where they pleased. His own death would follow in good time. Shaking slightly, yet game to the core, he motioned to me and handed me the instrument. The voice died out in a mirthless, diabolical chuckle. Then the receiver at the other end of the wire was hung up with a click. Jiggling the hook up and down, I succeeded in getting central within a few seconds. An instant later, I was connected with my friend Armstrong, manager of the traffic department, to whom I hurriedly explained the situation and requested that the call be traced. Armstrong moved speedily. For, in spite of the fact that hundreds of calls go through the Capitol Hill Exchange every hour, so thorough is their system that inside of 5 minutes, he had me back on the wire. The call had originated in one of the pay stations at the Pennsylvania Depot, 10 miles away. 2. Perhaps, in my efforts to hold the reader's attention, I have not explained matters as thoroughly as I should. Then, too, like all detectives, I am a poor narrator of my own experiences. What seems to the average person to be an exciting adventure is to us only part of a day's work, an episode to be forgotten as speedily as possible after it has been disclosed to a judge and jury. Yet the Morgan Peck case is so unique in criminal annals as to be worthy of being put in a class by itself. The reader will recall the sensation in financial circles caused by the appearance of Alonzo Bixby, the South African magnate. For 2 short years he was one of the kingpins of the exchange. Then came the battle between Bixby and Peck. It was short but memorable. Peck, backed by his years of experience, crushed his enemy beneath his heel as a farmer scotches a harmless worm. Bixby, cornered, his fangs bared, showed his makeup by turning crook. Timothy Owens, Peck's right-hand man, was killed. Over the body of his friend, Morgan Peck swore vengeance. One of Bixby's retainers, arrested by the police, admitted the murder, charging Bixby with having instigated the crime. All of Peck's gigantic fortunes were placed at the disposal of the prosecution. The trial lasted for weeks. An army of lawyers battled for every point. In the end, the jury sent Bixby to the penitentiary for life. The day that sentence was pronounced is one that will long be remembered in newspaper and legal circles. Bixby, surrounded by his lawyers, his beautiful young wife at his side, listened impassively to the judge's voice. It was not until the officer seized him to part him forever from the woman he loved that lie gave way to his emotions. Leaping to his feet, his rough-hewn face quivered with diabolical rage. He shook his huge fist at Morgan Peck. "Damn you! In prison or out, I'll get you!" he shouted. "I'll make you suffer as you're making me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Ravening like a madman, they dragged him away. Remember, Bixby was still a wealthy man, and money will buy almost anything, even liberty. There were those among us who predicted that Bixby would not remain long behind prison walls. We were correct in our surmise. In just 11 months and 3 days, he was at liberty. With him disappeared 6 guards. How much he paid them for his liberty, no one will probably ever know, for none of them were ever captured. Some of us hold to the theory that after helping Bixby make his escape, they were killed at his orders. But that is another story. 3 weeks after Bixby made his break from prison, an effort was made to blow up Peck's office with a bomb. Fortunately, the financier was absent when the package was received. The secretary who opened it lost his life. A week later, someone fired a shot at Peck in the dark. Only the fact that the old man moved slightly in that instant prevented the assassin's bullet from finding its mark. As it was, only a slight flesh wound rewarded the attempt. Then Peck's colleagues took a hand. He was the center around which one of the biggest financial deals ever pulled off was being engineered, a deal that involved governments. His death would have meant a world panic. In spite of his sneers at their fears, for Peck was a battler who fought for the sheer love of the sport, they finally induced him to obey their commands. He was locked in his own house, surrounded by guards, as I have stated. The best detective bureau in the city was engaged to look after his safety. 100 operatives were put to work combing the country for his enemies. And I trust that the reader will pardon the seeming egotism displayed, as the best man available among all the detectives in the city, was placed in charge of the guards surrounding Morgan Peck. 2 hours after we had taken our precautions, a special delivery letter mailed from the downtown station was received. It read as follows: Peck, I swore I'd get you, and I meant it. By cooping yourself up like a sick chicken, you have opened the way for my vengeance. Inside of 48 hours I will strike. God help you from now on. Bixby. 3. Morgan Peck was said by his enemies to be a man without feeling, nerves, or love. A widower, his only daughter dying in childhood, having few near relatives, he had schooled himself against emotion. Yet that afternoon, after the body of poor Lanigan had been removed from the house, we sat together in the big library discussing the affair. 2 things took place which threw a different light on the old man's character. Gladys Peck, his niece, an orphan and his nearest relative, a girl whom he had raised from childhood, passed through the room. The old face lighted up, and as she passed out of hearing, he turned savagely to me. I don't give a damn about myself, he growled. I'm old enough to cash in. Time's coming sooner or later anyway. But God help Bixby if he harms that girl. And God help you if you let him. That was all. Yet in his face was an odd light that betrayed the gruffness of his voice. I wondered if his enemies knew of his love for this orphan girl. I shuddered as I thought of what might happen if they chanced to learn, and struck him through her. The other incident I mentioned was when the cat, an ordinary, common variety of feline, entered the room and, with back arched, rubbed purringly against the millionaire's leg. Funny little devil, he grumbled. Picked him up 5 years ago when he was a kitten. Somebody turned him out to die, freeze to death. Damn such people. Stuck him in my overcoat pocket and brought him home. Never cared for cats. Angoras, Persians, and the blue-blooded aristocracy of catdom. But this little cuss made a hit with me. Scrapper. See that spot of red hair on his head? That shows it. He'd fight old Nick. Intelligent, too. Makes the servants all stand around. Got a habit of biting him on the ankles. They all like him, though. Funny, isn't it? Got a lot of human traits in him. Reminds me a little bit of myself, he added with a smile, reaching down and rubbing the cat's head affectionately. And this was the man whose enemies claimed him to be without a heart. The same afternoon the coffin came. An undertaker's wagon stopped at the front door, and 2 solemn-faced men brought the casket up the stairs. In accordance with his orders, the detective on duty refused to admit them, but called me. Cross-questioned, they knew nothing. The coffin had been ordered from Morgenstern Casket Company, and they were here to deliver it. The address was plainly marked. Detaining them after ordering the unsightly reminder of death that was constantly in our midst, replaced in the wagon, I hurried Holdridge, one of the brightest operatives under my direction, over to the offices of the casket company. He returned inside 30 minutes. The casket had been ordered by mail. A bank draft for $400, drawn by the First National Trust and Savings Bank, one of Peck's own institutions, had accompanied the letter. The letter merely stated that a death would shortly occur at Peck's home and asked that the coffin be delivered immediately. A telephone call to the bank proved fruitless. The draft clerk remembered drawing the draft, which was paid for in cash, but, owing to the large number of similar papers which passed through his hands daily, had no recollection as to who this customer had been. In fact, only the number on the draft recalled the incidents to mind at all. I released the two men from the factory. In my own mind, I was convinced that the affair had been pulled off by Bixby, merely in an effort to break down Peck's morale. But they failed to reckon with the old man's fighting spirit. 4. The remainder of the afternoon and night passed uneventfully, everyone warned by what had happened the night before, doubling his vigilance. I spent the following morning in going over the reports of the 50-odd operatives scattered about the city in quest of Bixby, despite the fact that the former haunts of the big South African had been combed by our men. Not only could no trace be found of the financier himself, but several of his close friends, men who at the trial were proven to have done his bidding without question, had also disappeared. As for Mrs. Bixby, it appeared that she had left the quiet hotel where she had remained since the trial, nearly a month before her husband had made his escape. And the trail was too old to follow. She had dropped out of sight as completely as though the earth had opened up and swallowed her. For 2 hours I sat at the big library table and went over the case from every angle. There were a number of things that puzzled me more than I was willing to admit. In the first place, who and what had killed Michael Lanigan? I had proved to my satisfaction, and to that of Peck, that the second man had not been absent from the house an instant from the time that he, like the rest of us, went into seclusion. 8 trained detectives, each an ex-policeman, men with years of service behind them, were ready to swear that no one had entered the mansion. These men had taken turns in watching the place and the grounds in shifts of 2 hours on and 2 hours off during the entire time since we had been in a state of siege. On the other hand, I realized that Bixby had money, and that money will buy almost anything. Yet I was not ready to condemn these men on mere conjecture. Then, too, there was the matter of the special delivery letter. Who was in such close touch with the moneymaster that they were able to find out to the minute when he had driven into seclusion? Outside of our own party, only his closest friends knew of our plans. And had it been a mere coincidence that the telephone call from the pay station at the Pennsylvania depot had come in just after the arrival of the coroner? Was there someone in the house who was signaling the happenings inside to our enemies on the outside? Was one of our own number the murderer? Would he, when the time came, strike down Peck as he had struck down Lanigan? I reached for the list of those who made up our party, and checked it over in the hope that through it I might arrive at the truth. In addition to Peck, his niece, and myself, there was Dr. Maxwell, an old friend, a man immensely wealthy in his own name, and who had been the millionaire's private physician for 30 years. All of the servants had been in the old man's employ from periods ranging from over a quarter of a century of service on the part of Miss Langley, the housekeeper, to 10 years on the part of Lanigan, the murdered second man. Peck had hired them all and vouched for them. The detectives, as I stated, were all men with years of service behind them. No, on the face of it, it seemed like an impossibility. Yet there was the murder of Lanigan to prove the falsity of my reasoning. It was shortly after noon that Peck and I, smoking in the library, were brought to our feet by a shriek of help from the servants' quarters at the rear of the house. Drawing my revolver and shoving the millionaire, who would have taken the lead, behind me, I rushed in the direction that the sound came from. Fred Dietz, who acted as chauffeur and valet for Peck, was lying on his back in the middle of the kitchen in convulsions. Beside him stood Mrs. Mulcahy, the cook, from whose voluminous lungs the shouts for help were emanating. Coincidentally with my arrival came the others, with the exception of the two men stationed at the doors. They, like the veterans they were, remained at their posts. In response to my orders, Jenkins summoned Dr. Maxwell, who was asleep in his room. Inside of a minute, the physician, his emergency kit in his hand, made his appearance. He shook his head as he bent over the stricken man and felt his pulse. For a second there was silence. Then the physician straightened up and shrugged his shoulders. "He's dying," he said quietly, while Mrs. Mulcahy let out a wail of despair. I turned to the physician. "Do you think—" "Same as Lanigan," he answered. "See for yourself how the poor fellow started to bloat. After half a century of medical experience, it's the first case I ever failed to diagnose, or at least make a fairly good guess at." He stopped suddenly, a shudder over the body of the man on the floor. Then his jaw dropped. Fred Dietz was dead. 5. I turned to Mrs. Mulcahy. "Tell me just what happened," I commanded. "Sure, and that's the worst of it," she sobbed. "There is nothing happened at all. He was sitting there happy as you please, talking to Teta, when—" "Teta? Who's Teta?" I demanded. "The cat," Peck answered grimly. "Dietz was one of Teta's warmest friends. The little animal is decidedly emphatic in his likes and dislikes, but poor Fred was one of his favorites." I nodded. Then to Mrs. Mulcahy, "Go ahead with your story." "Well, sure, as I was saying, he was sitting there talking to Teta when all of a sudden I heard him give a little gasp. My back was turned to him at the time. I looked around quickly just in time to see him slide from the chair with the foam coming out of his mouth. I yelled for help, and you've seen the rest." Mrs. Mulcahy had been with Peck for 18 years, my record showed. That she was not the murderer was a certainty. Yet Dietz had been killed under her very eyes. I questioned her for nearly half an hour, in the hope that she might recall having seen some other member of the household in or near the kitchen at or about the time Dietz was stricken down. But she was emphatic. She, and she alone, had been with the dead chauffeur. There was nothing to do but send for the coroner again. Meanwhile, the body had been removed to an upstairs room where Dr. Maxwell made an examination. He called as I passed through the hall. As I entered the room, he pointed to the naked body of the murdered chauffeur. Close to the knee of the right leg, the skin was blacker than elsewhere. And in the center of the dark spot was a tiny puncture, similar to the ones we had found on Lanigan's leg. A detective occasionally gets hunches. If he is a good one, he plays them to the limit. I, as I have stated before, believe, and I trust that the reader will not accuse me of egotism, that I am among the top-notchers, despite the poor opinion he has received of me through my rambling account of the murders at the Peck mansion. Just now I got a hunch. I decided to play it. Hardly taking time to thank my friend, the physician, for his courtesy, I hurried downstairs to the library, where Peck was busy reading, the big cat curled up in a ball on the chair opposite. The millionaire looked up in astonishment at my catapultic entrance. "Mr. Peck," I burst forth, "I want to borrow Teta." The millionaire elevated his brows. "You what?" he demanded. "I want to borrow Teta. The cat here. I've an idea that he'd make a first-class detective. I'll promise you that I'll not injure him in the least, but I am firm in the conviction that he can lead us to the murderers of Lanigan and Dietz, the men who are trying to get you and possibly at Miss Grady through you." As I spoke, the big cat arched his back and got onto his feet with a yawn, exercising his digits by drawing and withdrawing his claws in the padding of the chair half a dozen times. The action decided the old man. He looked up at me with a suspicion of a twinkle in his eyes. "The little cuss is a scrapper, as I told you," he chuckled. "Look at the way he girds up his loins for action at the mere mention of taking part in a scrap. Take him, and welcome, but don't let him get hurt." With a curt nod of thanks, I picked up the cat and carried him upstairs to my own room. For the next half hour, the little animal and myself were busily engaged among the retorts and tubes which Dr. Maxwell had brought from his laboratory for experimental purposes during his enforced detention, and which I borrowed for my own use. When I had completed my task, I turned to the furred beauty with a smile of satisfaction. "Teta," I whispered, "this whole affair is a secret between the two of us. I thought that I was on the right track, and now I know it. You're the boy who will bring home the bacon. It's up to you to get the men who killed your pals, Lanigan and Dietz. Will you do it?" There are some people who claim that cats have no intelligence. I stand ready to swear that Teta, Morgan Peck's cat, understood every word I said. For he rubbed against my leg with a loud purr of satisfaction and immediately took up his station close to the door, as if clamoring for action. We went downstairs together. I stopped at both the front and rear doors and gave my instructions to the operatives on watch. "I want to be informed the minute the cat meows to get out," I instructed them. "Pass this word on to the men who will relieve you. Remember, no excuses go. Before he is let out, I am to be called." 15 minutes later, Olmsted, on duty at the rear door, called me. "The cat's howling at my station," he said. I followed the animal to the door and personally let him out. 6. Across the lawn, I followed the cat with my eyes until he disappeared around the corner of a nearby garage. O'Leary and Kane, the two men on duty on the grounds, had had their orders. As Teta disappeared down the alley, I saw O'Leary dodge around a nearby bush and follow him. A second later, he reappeared and approached the house. "Your friend the cat went into a barn that's been transformed into a garage at 1424 North 10th, just 5 houses below here," he reported with a grin. "And if you'll pardon the joke, Chief, I've shadowed darn near everything that walks, but this is the first time I ever trailed a cat." Stepping up to the telephone, I called up my friend Hitchens, Chief of Detectives, who was cooperating with us in every way possible. Satisfied with the results of my conversation, I sat down to spend the remainder of the afternoon among Peck's books. Suddenly, the phone at my elbow jangled. Turning, I picked up the receiver and answered the call. The same metallic voice that had talked to Peck the day of Lanigan's murder answered my gruff, "Hello?" "Peck?" he asked. "I'll call him," I responded. "Never mind," the other answered. Then, as I hesitated for words, the voice went on. "Tell your boss he can prepare for another killing. It may be him, it may be another, but his time is coming soon." The voice died away in the same harsh laughter that I had heard before. I hung up the receiver with a bang and jiggled the hook to attract the attention of Central. An instant later, I was connected with my friend Armstrong, to whom I again explained matters, while Peck looked on, his furrowed face wrinkled in doubt. This time, Armstrong was speedier than before. Scarcely had I hung up the receiver that he called me back. The phone call was from a booth in a drugstore in the busiest corner of the city. To trace the person who had called would be impossible. Packard, on duty at the rear door, called me at 15 minutes past 5 o'clock. "The cat just came in," he yelled. The afternoon's hunting had evidently been the best, for the cat was purring contentedly as he passed down the hallway on his way to the library. But I was taking no chances of a scratch from his sharp claws, for I protected my hands with heavy gloves as I tenderly picked him up and carried him upstairs to my room. 10 minutes later, I was at the telephone with my friend Hitchens at the other end. Half an hour afterward, there came a sudden blast of a police whistle. From a dozen different directions from which they had been stationed, hurried policemen and detectives, all centering on the big brick house at 1424 North 10th. There was no response to our knocks. A burly policeman hurled his bulk against the door. It refused to give way. He swung an axe over his head. Came a sound of splintering wood. A second later, we were inside the hallway. A revolver spit at us from down the corridor. Another flashed from the head of the stairs. We answered them shot for shot, bullet for bullet. For 5 minutes the battle waged. Then our superior numbers told. We dashed through the smoke-filled rooms, gathering in our prisoners. 4 men were caught in the net, and 1 woman. She was Mrs. Lon Bixby. Her husband, suffering from a severe wound in the shoulder, was one of the 4. The remainder was merely his tools. 7. Battersby, one of Bixby's aides, confronted with the murders of Lanigan and Dietz, turned state's evidence and confessed. Stick, one of the others, backed him up in his statements. Bixby, as I had figured from the first, was the instigator of the whole diabolical affair. How he made his escape from prison, however, is something that he refused to divulge, even when he and his confederates were taken to the gallows to answer for their crimes. How did they kill Lanigan and Dietz? By means of Teta. Unwittingly, the little animal was the indirect cause of both murders. Battersby, according to his own confession, had been posted by Bixby, who had, while still in prison, had him engage the place at 1424 North 10th Street, under an alias in order that he might watch the pack home. In his guise as a servant, he had gotten acquainted with Dietz, while the latter was working with one of the cars. He had noticed Teta come out of the barn at 1424, which, having been empty for a number of years, was filled with rats. As the cat passed Dietz, the latter had bent over and scratched it, making a chance remark about Peck's affection for the animal. He had also remarked with a chuckle at the fondness the pet had for drawing and withdrawing his claws in whatever he chanced to be lying on, a habit which all cats indulge in at times. Battersby, alert to give every detail to his employer, had remarked this fact to Bixby in his report. The latter saw an opportunity to turn the incident to his own advantage. Learning that Peck's cat frequented the barn, he had catered to the animal in every possible way until the animal passed a great deal of its time in and about the Bixby place. Failing in his attempts to kill Peck, the instant that he had chased the millionaire to cover, Bixby seized upon the cat to carry out his own diabolical ends. Covering the animal's claws with a concentrated extract of venom made from the poison of the cobra, he had turned it loose, leaving it to fate as to where death would strike. Peck was likely to be the first. He was the cat's master, and the animal would be more likely to be with him than anyone else. That it was Lanigan who was the first was simply one of those peculiar freaks of chance. The cat, purring contentedly on Lanigan's lap, had stuck his claws slightly into the servant's knee. Lanigan had worn thick trousers, and as a result, a great deal of the poison rubbed off as the claws went through. He was therefore not stricken until during the night, when the venom had gone entirely through his system. On the other hand, Dietz, wearing a pair of thin trousers, and there might have been more of the poison on the cat's claws, or it may have been fresher, was stricken almost immediately after the sharp points had penetrated his flesh. Bixby, a native of South Africa, was an adept on poisons, which led to the fact that he finally selected this subtle method of committing his crimes. Located so close to the Peck house, he was able to see from his window a great deal of what was going on around the mansion. As a result, when the coroner called, he knew that death, through the cat, had struck. But he did not know who. He had a Confederate stationed downtown somewhere close to the Pennsylvania station. It was but the work of seconds to call the latter up and instruct him to call Peck to the phone. When the latter answered in person, the Confederate knew that death had struck someone else, and so informed Bixby. The second phone call was sent in a spirit of mere braggadocio, after Teta's claws had been smeared for a third time with the poison. The coffin was sent for the same reason, to break down Peck's morale. How do I know these things? Conjecture, and conjecture only. At first I imagined, as did Dr. Maxwell and the coroner, that the two punctures in Lanigan's leg were caused by the fangs of a snake. The fact that the symptoms were all those of snake bite led to this deduction. It was not until Dietz had died, and Mrs. Mulcahy had told me that Teta had been on his lap at the time, that the idea suddenly came to me. Coupled with this fact was that of finding a puncture on Dietz's leg similar to that on the leg of Lanigan. I had noticed the cat's habit of pressing his claws into everything on which he sat. Peck had told me that the cat was a favorite of the two men who had died. I put two and two together and made four of them. When I borrowed the cat, I took him to my room and, with my hands gloved, scraped his claws and submitted the scraping to chemical tests. The result showed snake venom. The remainder was easy. I had only to disinfect the cat's claws and then turn him loose. When my men reported where he went, I summoned Hitchens and asked him to station his men near the house. When the cat returned, I seized him before he had had an opportunity of killing anyone else, and again scraped his claws. The chemical tests showed snake venom in great quantities. The raid on the house at 1424 followed. I have often wondered if Teta knows the part he played in the death of his two friends and the detection of the murderers. Who knows? The end of The Cat's Paw by Ward Sterling.
A Crack Shot from Minute Mysteries Detectogram by H.A. Ripley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Valerie Marino. A Crack Shot. Professor Fordney was hunting in the Rockies when informed of a tragedy at one of the camps. Thinking he might be of some help, he went over, and after introducing himself, Butler, the victim's companion, told him of the accident. When Marshall hadn't returned to camp at 9 o'clock last night, I was a bit worried because he didn't know these mountains. There wasn't a star out and it was dark and moonless, so I decided to look around for him. We're 5 miles from anyone, you know. Putting more wood on the fire, I set out. After searching for an hour, I was coming up the slope of a ravine when I saw a pair of eyes shining out at me in the dark. Calling twice and getting no answer, I fired, thinking it was a mountain lion. Imagine my horror when I reached the spot, struck a match, and saw I had nearly blown the head off Marshall. A terrible experience. I carried his body back to camp and then walked to the nearest house to report the accident. How far from camp did you find Marshall? Asked Fordney. About a quarter mile. I see your right hand is bandaged. How do you manage to shoot with it? Oh, I use either hand. Mind if I look at the gun? Not at all, said Butler, handing it over. European make, I see. Had it long? No, it's rather new. "Why did you deliberately murder Marshall?" demanded Fordney abruptly, "for that's what you did." How did the professor know Butler had murdered his companion? It was a dark, starless, moonless night. The nearest habitation was 5 miles. The eyes of no animal ever shine in the dark unless there is a light by which they can be reflected, and a man's eyes never shine under any circumstances. Therefore, Butler could not possibly have seen any eyes shining at him in the dark. It was clearly murder. "And thy deep eyes amid the gloom shine like jewels in a shroud, Longfellow." End of A Crack Shot by H.A. Ripley. Recording by Valerie Marino.
The Devil Takes a Hand by Ward Sterling. From the Black Mask Magazine, September 1920. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Devil Takes a Hand by Ward Sterling. Tennant stopped outside the door of his wife's room and went over the details of his plan for the last time. The thing was so absurdly simple, he wondered why he had not thought of it months before. There was not the least chance of a failure. He had only to plant the idea in her diseased brain, and she, with cunning that all maniacs possess, would do the rest. Everyone knew her suicidal mania. It had been brought out at the time of the hearing. No blame could possibly be attached to him for her death. Had not the nurse frustrated her in 6 attempts? Damn that fool nurse anyway. She had too exalted an idea of the importance of her position. But, after all, it was, possibly, a good thing that she had been so vigilant. People couldn't say that it was carelessness then. He smiled to himself as he recalled the kind of things their friends had said when he refused to send his wife to an asylum after the court had pronounced her insane. They imagined that it was his great love that made him keep her with him. It was laughable how easily people could be fooled. How were they to know that he had made a careful investigation and found that too close a watch was kept on inmates of such institutions? There was a better chance of her making a successful attempt right here at home. Accidents are always liable to happen in private homes. In public institutions, people are paid to guard against such things. Curse the fool law that prohibited a man from getting a divorce from an insane wife. Such laws made a criminal of a person. Otherwise, he could have married Helen a year ago. He must guard against his love for her being found out. It might cause someone to cast suspicion his way. Of course, they would never be able to confirm their conjectures, but his position in the community was too high to have even a finger of scorn pointed in his direction. It would never do for a deacon of the church and a prominent professional man to let people know that he was guilty of evil, even in thought. No, he must keep away from Helen until he had shown the proper amount of respect for his deceased wife, for he had begun to think of her as already dead. After a period of hypocritical mourning they could be quietly married, and he would still retain the love and respect of his fellow townsmen. Of course it meant several months waiting. It would be hard, but they would have the rest of their lives together, and both of them were young. And there was the matter of Grace's inheritance to be considered, too. Good thing they had never had a child. It would be all his now, that is, after the proper formalities had been gone through. Naturally, he would erect an expensive headstone in her memory and give her an elaborate funeral. Some people measured a man's love for his wife by the amount of money he spent on her funeral. Yes, the scheme was simple, Machiavellian in its magnitude, and with the requisite amount of attention paid to the details, there was not the least bit of danger. He turned the knob and entered the room, with a tender kiss for the woman with lustless eyes, who sat mumbling to herself in a low wicker chair, nervously picking at the folds of her dress. He turned to the middle-aged woman in the nurse's garb, who sat in the window nearby. "Take an hour's walk, Miss Gorman," he said kindly. "You look tagged out. I'll look after Mrs. Tennant until you return." The nurse rose wearily. "It's awfully kind of you, Mr. Tennant. I am tired. She's been bad today," she ended significantly. Tennant's face took on a worried look. "She'll probably settle down after an hour or so," he responded. "I've a little work to do. I can do it just as well in the other room and still keep an eye on my poor little girl. There's nothing around that she can get hold of, is there?" He settled himself in the chair beside his wife, and patted her white hand affectionately. With a tear in her kindly Irish eyes for the little unobtrusive display of love, Miss Gorman left the room, and a minute later Tennant, from his place in the window, saw her swinging down the street. The time was at hand. 2. Pressing his wife's hand tightly between his own, Tennant addressed her in the tone one uses to talk to a little child. "I've often wondered," he said quietly, "why you didn't commit suicide, Grace. Of course, I know that you've tried it, but your methods have been all wrong. Do you understand what I am getting at? I want to help you." He looked at the woman keenly. He imagined that her dull eyes took on an added brightness, that she was not plucking at the hem of her dress so nervously. He hurried on. "Now, I'm going to show you how to do it, sweetheart. Then, when the nurse is out of the room, some day, for a few minutes, you can put one over on her. It'll be a good joke on her, won't it? Come on, I'll show you how to do it." Apathetically, she rose and followed him across the room to where the big, old-fashioned bed stood in the distant corner. "Now watch me, dearie, and see how I do it," he continued. "The nurse thinks she's got you cheated by removing everything that you might use, but we'll show her, won't we?" He removed the light counterpane from the bed and twisted it into a rope. "See, girlie, how it's done? Just the right size to hang oneself with, isn't it? Now then, we carry this chair across the room and put it under this chandelier. Get the idea?" The demented woman made no answer, but Tennant knew that her suicidal mind was attracted by the scheme, that the seed planted in her brain was already sprouting. She followed close behind him, her dull, impassive eyes watching his every move. He stepped upon the chair and attached the improvised rope to the chandelier. "See how easy it is, dear?" he went on. "Now, next we make a noose in the rope, like this. See? It's just as easy as rolling off a log. Then we put the noose over our head and pull it up tightly about our neck. Understand now? All that's left is to kick the chair out from underneath, and the devil and all couldn't keep a person from choking to death, could he?" From his height atop the chair, he looked down upon the woman. She was gazing up at him, fascinated, her eyes burning brightly now. "The idea pleases you, doesn't it, sweetheart?" he smiled. She nodded understandingly. Then suddenly she made a leap for the chair and tore it from beneath his feet. With a frightened yell, the man dropped to the end of the rope, his toes almost, but not quite, touching the floor. The maniac stepped back with a shrill little cry of delight, and watched him gyrate and whirl as the improvised rope twisted and untwisted itself. His mouth was open. His eyes bulged from their sockets. His tongue stuck out oddly. His breath came gurglingly, sobbingly, gaspingly. His face grew black and mottled. His arms and legs danced about curiously, twitchingly. His peculiar antics filled her with delight. She forgot her depression in her newfound happiness. He was teaching her some new game. She clapped her hands together and shouted for more. And when he hung quietly, she seized him by the legs and swung him to and fro, yelling joyously. And thus the nurse found them, the living, and the dead, an hour later when she returned from her walk. The end of The Devil Takes a Hand by Ward Sterling. The Failure by Harold Ward. From The Black Mask Magazine, August 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Failure by Harold Ward. Amos Duncan paused for a second beside the time clock in the hallway just outside the offices of Carney and Kirk. Then, his heart beating like a trip hammer, he mustered up courage enough to push open the swinging doors and peep into the gloomy interior. He was frightened, scared to the point of hysteria. Yet for 30 years he had stopped in that self-same place in the hallway, morning and noon, on his way to work. For 30 years, 52 weeks in the year, 6 days a week, and twice each day had he sought his number on the time clock and pushed the button which registered his comings and his departures. Instinctively, for figures were one of his hobbies, he made the calculation in his head. 18,720 times had he pushed his way through those doors. And never before, except possibly the first time when he had applied for a place with the firm, had he been as frightened as he was now. For this was the first time he had ever come to rob. Getting a grip on himself, he entered the big office on tiptoe. An office covering nearly 1/4 of a city block. Yet he knew that old Bill Judkins, the watchman, would be making his rounds out in the factory at that particular hour. It was part of his daily work to check up the dial on the night watchman's clock. He knew that the old man traveled as true to schedule as a mail train. He halted just inside the doors and listened, his eyes taking in every one of the familiar details. From where he stood, he could discern the dark shapes of rows and rows of desks, each identical in size and finish with its mates. Around 2 sides of the big room were innumerable cubbyholes of offices, divided from each other by ground glass partitions, extending 2/3 of the way to the ceiling. During working hours, they housed the elite of the office world, the men and women who had pushed their heads above those of their fellows. His own desk was second from the front in the second row from the right, just inside the cashier's cage, a huge affair of wire netting and glass. It gave him renewed courage for the task ahead as he gazed upon its outline, staring at him out of the darkness. For 27 years, since the day of his promotion from the office boy ranks, he had occupied that desk, or one like it, in Cagney and Kirk's office, giving to Cagney and Kirk the best of his manhood for starvation wages and 2 weeks' vacation yearly on pay. Others had gone over his head, scores of them, men no better fitted than he, young cubs with pull or college education. He had long since given up hopes of promotion. He had reached the point where he was a mere cog in the machine, a fizzle and a failure. In 99 cases out of every 100, when a man goes wrong, a woman is responsible. In Amos Duncan's case, the woman was Mrs. Amos Duncan. A downtrodden cog in an office machine, the man with little force of character in the beginning, henpecked at home and abroad, Duncan held to the firm opinion that his wife had conferred a favor upon him by marrying him. The fact that he had rescued her from a life of drudgery in the shipping room of the factory changed his opinion not one iota. Nor did Mrs. Duncan fail to keep his memory refreshed whenever opportunity offered itself. Amos Duncan longed to appear as a hero in the eyes of his wife. It had taken him 2 years to screw up his courage to the point of robbing Kearney and Kirk. Yet he had planned the affair so often that he knew he would be absolutely above suspicion. And with the money once in his hands, he would hide it until all memory of the affair had blown over, and then, with a carefully concocted story of a lucky speculation on change, resign and migrate to some distant city to spend his declining years in ease with the lady who had assumed his name. Kearney and Kirk always paid off in cash. Duncan knew that there was close to $50,000 in the vault ready to go into pay envelopes in the morning. As assistant cashier and one of the old-timers with the firm, he had been entrusted with the combination. He had read that skilled burglars were able to open vaults by listening to the whirl of the mechanism. A rag saturated with alcohol would do away with telltale fingerprints. The police would think the robbery the work of a professional. Still walking on his toes, he worked his way through the maze of desks to the big vault in the rear of the office behind the cashier's cage. Taking a tiny flashlight from his pocket, he pressed the button and allowed the stream of light to play over the dial while he manipulated the affair with fingers that trembled as from the ague. It refused to work. In his nervousness, he had gone past the number. He took a deep breath, and with the sweat standing out in great beads upon his face, attacked the job again. Someone was entering the office through one of the rear doors leading from the factory. He stopped for a second. Then, as he heard the footsteps coming toward him in the darkness, he leapt outside the cage and drew his revolver. He had never fired a gun in his life. He had bought this one, a cheap, second-hand affair, merely as a matter of precaution and because he knew that burglars always carried such weapons. From out of the darkness came a flash, a report. A bullet sped past his head and flattened itself against the vault door. It must be Judkins, the faithful, had heard something suspicious and had entered. The realization of his mission in the office at that time of night stopped him involuntarily. He gave a little squeak of fear. A second bullet passed unpleasantly near. Instinctively, just as a cornered rat will fight, so his finger pressed the trigger of his own gun. He fired aimlessly in the general direction of the other, dodging from desk to desk, knocking over chairs. He was in a panic of fear. The other's fire ceased suddenly. From out of the darkness across the great room came a dull, throaty cry. Something metallic jangled against the tiled floor. An instant later, it was followed by a heavier body, a body that crashed against a desk as it dropped. Duncan leaped through the folding doors and out into the hallway again. To unlock the outer door and dash out into the sidewalk was but the work of an instant. Around the corner, he heard the shrill whistle of the policeman on the beat, as, attracted by the shots, he came lumbering along, signaling for his mate. He dodged into the shadow and turned into the alley. Behind him, he could hear the policeman hammering on the office door with his nightstick. From 2 blocks down the street came the sound of another whistle. In the distance, a third shrilled, proving that reinforcements were on the way. Mrs. Duncan was sleeping soundly when he arrived home after a round trip through the alleys and side streets. Letting himself into the house with his pass key, he hastily sought the security of his own room. So far as he knew, no one had seen him either going into the factory nor leaving it. But God, what a fizzle he had made of the affair! And there was blood on his hands. The blood of poor old Judkins. What had he gained? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He paced the floor, every nerve tingling. He wondered. Poor old Judkins. And he had a crippled wife, too. With Judkins gone, she would have to go to the poorhouse. It was something that he had not foreseen. He was still pacing the floor when the sun came up in the east. In the other room, he heard Mrs. Duncan getting up. In less than 2 hours he would have to go to the office. Of course, no one would suspect him, but he could hear Mrs. Duncan rattling the pots and pans in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. He opened the bedroom door a crack and peeped through as she answered the summons. A gruff voice was asking for him. He heard her admit the visitors, there seemed to be 2 of them, when she called shrilly up the stairway for him. He knew that they were detectives from their heavy tread. They were after him for killing Judkins. His brain was in a whirl. Yet he wondered how it happened that they associated him with the crime. He had been so careful, too. Probably he had dropped something in his mad rush to the outer door. He could never face the music. And Mrs. Duncan, what would she say? He couldn't tell her that he had gone to the office to rob the vault for her sake and had made a failure. The gun lay in the bureau drawer where he had tossed it. He picked it up and broke it open. The chambers were all empty. He had used every cartridge in killing poor Judkins. From downstairs came a buzz of conversation. Mrs. Duncan shrieked. He heard his own name mentioned. God, they had told her what he had done. He must move rapidly. His glance fell upon a bottle of carbolic acid. Mrs. Duncan was at the bottom of the stairway now, shrieking his name. He placed the bottle to his mouth and emptied it at a gulp. With the fiery liquid eating into his vitals, his throat afire, he reeled across the room and tumbled in a heap upon the bed. Outside, Mrs. Duncan was pounding at his door. "Amos, wake up!" she was shouting between sobs, for Mrs. Duncan was a hysterical woman. "An awful thing's happened. There are 2 detectives here. Old man Judkins went home sick from the factory last night, and while he was gone, somebody broke into the office. The robbers had a fight, 'cause one of them was found dead when the police broke in after hearing the shots. Enright, the cashier, is out of town, and they want you to come down and open the vault and see if anything has gone. Oh, isn't it awful? Amos, why don't you answer?" The end of The Failure by Harold Ward. The Finishing Touch by Charles S. Wolfe. From The Black Mask Magazine, December 1921. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Finishing Touch by Charles S. Wolfe. 1. A hasty survey assured Ridgely that he was alone on the starlit country road. With a sigh of satisfaction, he plunged swiftly into the brush which skirted the roadside. There he paused, alert, until his straining ears convinced him that his movements had been unobserved. Then he made himself comfortable for his brief vigil. Crouching there, he reviewed minutely his actions so far, and his plans for what was to come. There was yet time, if he had erred, if there was a flaw, to withdraw quietly. It was merely a matter of waiting for another night. To be confronted with the damage wrought by an overlooked trifle when it was too late would be agonizing. And his very confidence disquieted him, made him feel that there was something amiss. Yet he could find no weak link in his carefully forged chain. His left hand, dropping to his coat pocket, found the bottle of cyanide of potassium solution securely corked and ready to assume its role. His automatic weighed heavily in the other pocket, well oiled and loaded. The light mask which now covered the upper half of his face was really of no importance, just an extra precaution which discounted the possible, but highly improbable, intrusion of some pedestrian. The cyanide, he felt sure, no one would be able to trace. Several weeks before he had stolen a couple of small lumps, quite enough for his purpose, from a private laboratory of a friend who rode the hobby of chemistry. Few people knew of the existence of the little attic laboratory. Fewer still were aware of his acquaintance with its owner, and the man himself was ignorant of the fact that his supply had been levied on. Since the deadly stuff had been dissolved and bottled, and the bottle scrupulously cleaned, he had taken pains to avoid touching it barehanded. Right now his left hand was gloved with rubber. There would be no fingerprints to damn him. Footprints need give him no concern. The roadway was dry and reasonably hard. The discoverers of the corpse would quickly obliterate any slight clues of a definite nature which he might thus leave. Keenest of sleuths could examine the scene of his crime to their heart's content. They would learn nothing. He had made no attempt to establish an alibi. In this he was satisfied he had acted wisely. The business of trying to demonstrate that you were where you were not is usually a dangerous undertaking. It involves either the employment of confederates or the use of complicated subterfuges, which must either function with precision or turn into veritable boomerangs. The collapsing alibi is too often the royal road to the electric chair. Ridgely knew that there was just one person who could be relied upon to be forever silent on this night's work: himself. Better to take the chance of the authorities being unable to prove that he was on the spot at the time than to assume the burden of proving that he was not. And anyway, most of the precautions he had taken were no doubt unnecessary. They represented merely his forethought in forestalling unlocked for disaster before it occurred. The chances were that the case would be looked on as just what it seemed on the surface: suicide. There would probably be little more than a perfunctory inquiry, an inquest at which each fact produced would seem to demonstrate conclusively that the man took his own life. Ridgely prided himself that the idea of killing a man by forcing him to kill himself was a masterstroke. A man found dead on the road, dead from the effects of poison, and with the bottle containing that poison clutched tightly in his stiffened hand, was obviously a suicide. There is no reason to suspect foul play unless someone is known to have a strong motive for putting the unfortunate one out of the way. And, to the best of Ridgely's knowledge and belief, Maury hadn't an enemy in the world save himself. And thanks to his consistent and flawless dissimulation, his secret was his own. Outwardly, he had been quite friendly with Maury. Not too friendly, just enough to be counted really indifferent. In the rare event of murder being suspected and the murderer sought for, there would be no reason for alarm. One other only might possibly connect him with the night's events: Maury's wife. Jean Maury and Ridgely shared a rather guilty secret. She could assign to him a motive. But here again he was confident that perfect technique had practically nullified the danger of aroused suspicion. By guarding every word, by well-planned and controlled actions, he had assured her that he, like herself, was a harmless flirt. Not once had she been permitted to glimpse the terrible passion that was his. Never had she been allowed to plumb the depths of his crafty and daring nature. He was safe on that score. Under the pretense of carefully guarding her reputation, he had concealed their affair from outsiders, and to her herself he had made the matter trivial. There was one circumstance, however, that might cause comment. And as he thought of it, Ridgely grinned. While it was true that no one, apparently, had a motive for slaying Maury, it was equally true that the man had no apparent motive for killing himself. Happy, carefree, comfortably wealthy, and well satisfied with life, people might wonder that he should court death. Ridgely grinned, for it was to this, to his mind, the weakest point of his whole coup, that he had devoted the most thought, expending the greatest effort. He had supplied the motive. Here was the artistic triumph of the whole thing. Here was the finishing touch. For the suspicions of the authorities would be allayed before they were aroused. During the 3 months that he had known the Morys, he had quietly, unobtrusively collected specimens of John Morey's handwriting, and by diligent practice he had enabled himself to imitate the man's scrawl so perfectly that he had no fear of the fraud being detected. Not only the writing itself had he studied minutely, but the style, the tricks of speech. Beyond doubt, the missive he had evolved with so much care would pass unquestioned as the dead man's own work. He drew forth an envelope, and by the light of his electric torch scrutinized with pride and satisfaction the letter he had written. The envelope was addressed to Mrs. John Morey. Dear Jean, I am sorry, terribly sorry for the notoriety this thing will cause. I realize that you will be shocked. I am asking your forgiveness. For 4 years I have suffered in silence, Jean, for our marriage was a bitter mistake. I did not love you. I realized it when it was too late. I have done my best to conceal the fact from you, but I know I could not go on living a lie much longer. I am taking the easiest way out. It is only just that I should suffer for my own sin. John. As he replaced the letter in its envelope, Ridgely chuckled. He would place this missive in the man's pocket after he had fallen, and there was the motive, all ready to satisfy the most critical. Scandal-loving eyes scanning Morey's past for sensational disclosures of his implied double life would not dwell too closely on the method of his taking off. Furnish. He stiffened. The soft thud of moving feet on the hard road reached his ears, growing steadily louder. He knew it was Morey. The moment had come. 2. Ridgely's hand closed resolutely over his automatic. Morey, he knew, was unarmed. He slipped soundlessly to the edge of the copse and waited until the approaching form was only a few feet from his ambush. Then he sprang out, weapon leveled, barring the way. There was a startled oath as Morey caught sight of the ominous figure before him. Ridgely's gruff command to throw up his hands was instantly obeyed. The surprise was complete. Don't speak! Ridgely rather hoped that his disguised voice would completely mask his identity, but it didn't matter, really. Do as you were told. You are going to sleep for an hour or so, until I clean you and make my getaway. Really? Morey was regaining his nerve. I haven't enough about me to make it worth your while. Shut up! Ridgely's command was curt as he advanced toward his victim, the deadly bottle in his gloved left hand. He extended it toward Morey. Drink it, he growled determinedly. Morey lowered one arm and took the bottle hesitantly. What is it? He asked falteringly. Chloral hydrate, if you must know, responded Ridgely in tones of well-feigned sulkiness. Enough to put you out for a couple of hours. Knockout drops. Take your choice. Drink it and go out for a couple of hours, or, he waved the automatic suggestively, go out for keeps. Look here, began Morey. I'll promise. Drink it, Ridgely snapped savagely. Without further parley, Morey raised the bottle to his lips. It was only an instant, really, but to Ridgely, waiting anxiously, it seemed hours before the body crumbled to the roadway. Then, swiftly, he went to his victim, pocketing his automatic. His gloved hand inserted the letter into Morey's pocket. He noted that the bottle was tightly gripped in the dead man's hand, and noiselessly he stole away from the place. A shortcut through the little woodland brought him out onto the main road. Without haste, he wended his way toward the summer hotel. He was jubilant. Maury was out of his way. He had only to wait the proper moment to increase the ardor of his courting. He felt that the widow would lend an attentive ear. He passed no one on the road. Everything was coming his way. As he gained his room unobserved, he was whistling softly. Not a pang of remorse to sear his conscience. Ridgely wasn't that kind. He turned in and slept like a top. He was awakened by a sharp knocking on the room door. Bright sunlight was streaming in through the thickly curtained windows. A hasty glance at the clock told him that it was after 10. The knocking continued insistently. He sprang out of bed and reached for his bathrobe. "Just a minute," he called, as he hurriedly pulled a comb through his tousled hair. An instant later, fairly presentable, he was gazing inquiringly at the tall young man who had pushed in through the partially opened door. Even before the other had introduced himself, Ridgely knew that his caller was a detective. Something must have gone wrong, he thought, and his mind went racing swiftly over the details of the evening before, seeking to find and forestall the consequences of a slip. He was not panicky. His visitor was speaking. "John Maury was found dead on the road late last night, Mr. Ridgely." Ridgely carefully sidestepped a possible trap. "An accident?" he asked in perfectly toned surprise and concern. "No," replied the other. "He was murdered." Ridgely concealed his dismay. How in the devil had they reached that conclusion so soon in the face of his carefully prepared evidence to the contrary? "Murdered?" he echoed blankly. "How? By whom?" The tall young man sat down, watching Ridgely narrowly. His right hand had dropped carelessly into his pocket. He leaned forward slightly and spoke swiftly. "By you, Mr. Ridgely," he replied evenly. "No, don't interrupt. You set a very pretty stage, my friend, and you have been careful. Careful to a fault. It was your little finishing touch that betrayed you. That, and a woman's vanity. Mrs. Maury is a very beautiful woman with a very plain name. It has been her little failing to hide that fact. Her name is not Jean Ridgely. It's Jane. And Maury never called her anything else in private. When she saw that letter you so carefully left, she knew Maury had never written it, despite the excellent forgery. For he hated the name Jean as much as she disliked Jane. She is a big enough woman to admit her own shortcomings. And shall I read the warrant?" The end of The Finishing Touch by Charles S. Wolfe. The Gallows by I. W. D. Peters. From Weird Tales, March, 1923. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Gallows by I. W. D. Peters. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, I am to hang for the murder of a man. At sunrise, on the 9th of June, the anniversary of my wedding day, I am to be hanged by the neck until I am dead. I am glad this state has not yet adopted the use of electricity in executions. I prefer to spend my last moments out in the open, under the sky. The building of the gallows is finished. The workmen are gone, and it seems that the execution at sunrise is certain to take place. But every step along the corridor sends my heart into my mouth. Gladys is working for a reprieve. I am praying she will not succeed. The governor is off fishing, away from railroad and telegraph. If they do not locate him in a few hours, I shall be hanged. God grant they fail to find him. It is Gladys's will against mine. She usually wins. but every passing minute lessens her chance to have her way in this. It is now 10 minutes to midnight. Dr. Brander, the prison chaplain, has left me, gratified, poor fellow, that he has succeeded in reconciling me to my fate. If he had known that the tall skeleton of wood outside, with its lank line of rope, was in my mind a refuge, he would have turned from me in horror. The next 5 hours will be the longest of my life. Every step in the corridor strikes fear to my heart. It is not because I am guilty of the crime for which I was sentenced that I am glad to die. I am guilty, but that doesn't mean I deserve to die. I am going to hang tomorrow at sunrise because I want to be hung. I could have saved myself, but refused to do so solely because life had lost its savor. A great wave of disgust with living possessed and still possesses me. I am writing these words now that Gladys may know the truth. She has tried to see me ever since I was brought here, and I have refused to be seen. That is one right a condemned man has, to refuse to see visitors. From the day we were married, Gladys demanded to know my every thought, my every act, every hour of the day. If ever one of them was not connected with her, she criticized, condemned, or cried. She resented, in bitterly spoken words and equally bitter acts, the small recesses of my soul that I, for the sake of my own self-respect, kept to myself. Finally, she determined to show me that there were other men who appreciated her, if I did not. For a while, after that, all hours of the day and night, my home was infested with lounge lizards. I endured it without a word, which infuriated her. Lester Kane, a young fellow, honest and simple, was her first victim. The first time I found him seated beside her on the dimly lit porch, I welcomed him warmly. We smoked and talked of our days in the army together. I felt that Gladys could safely flirt with such as Lester, if that was what she wanted. But Lester called only a few times after that. For 2 months there was a succession of young fellows about the place. Our house is not far from the Westmore Country Club, and the golf links came almost up to our side yard. Our porch was a convenient place to drop in. Suddenly, all that sort of thing ceased. Gladys was away a great deal, but as her mother lived in a town just a few miles away, I thought nothing of it. She became very quiet, was thoughtful, absent-minded, flushed easily, seemed not herself. At first I was a good deal puzzled. Then, suddenly an explanation for the change in her dawned on me. Joy filled my soul. I was inordinately gentle with her, bought her a small automobile for her birthday, did everything I could think of for her comfort and pleasure. After all, I told myself, the emotional phase she had passed through was natural. Marriage is a more difficult readjustment with some than others. It had evidently been so with Gladys. If a child came to us, it would make everything right. A child, our child. It was wonderful to think of. She had always refused to consider the subject, saying that she wished to enjoy life while she was young. But she knew I wanted a son to bear my name, a daughter to inherit her beauty, and she had accepted the inevitable. A wave of excitation made me feel as if I were treading on clouds. I longed to mention the subject to her, but I felt that the first word about it should come from her. I spent hours thinking of tender, loving things to do for her. She accepted everything quietly, sometimes with averted face and flushed cheeks. I would draw her inert figure into my arms and hold her close, but she made no response to my demonstrative affection. At this stage the affairs of my firm sent me on a 10-day trip to close a Western deal. It was hard to leave Gladys, but now, more than ever, I felt that we would need money, and lots of it. We arranged for Gladys to go to her mother's, and I was to join her there on my return. It is the same old story. I came home before I was expected, and went straight to our cottage, with the intention of having Gladys's room redecorated before bringing her home. At the gate stood Gladys's car. I rushed into the house, but there was no one on the lower floor, nor in Gladys's room, nor mine. I was about to descend the stairs when I heard a low laugh from the third floor. I dashed up there and stood gazing at the closed door of the spare room. "What's the idea of running away from me?" asked the man. "You can't blow hot and cold with me. I told you not to come here again. It's not safe." "I'm not afraid of that husband of yours. You're mine, and you're going to stay mine." I had listened intently, but could not recognize the man's voice. "Go now," pleaded Gladys, "and I'll come to your rooms this evening." "Not on your life. I'm here now, and I'm going to stay." "Let go of me. You're hurting my shoulder." There was a sound of a scuffle. I tried the door. It was locked. I put my shoulder to it. The lock snapped. Gladys gave a cry, leapt away from the man, a man whom I had never seen before. The full-lipped, black-browed type, big, soft. As I took in the scene, the tousled woman, the flush-faced man, a great wave of disgust almost overwhelmed me. "Well," said the man sneeringly, "what are you going to do about it?" "If you take her away now and treat her right, nothing." "And if I don't take her away?" "I'll meet that situation when it comes." "It has come," he said with a laugh, and walked out. I am tall, slender, delicate-looking, but I knew I was a match for that overfed brute. I listened to the clatter of his feet on the stairs. Then I followed him. The man was hastening toward a streetcar. I cranked Gladys's car and followed. It was easy to keep the streetcar in sight, and to keep an eye on his sleek black head. He left the car at Hanson Street. I, without a glance toward him, kept on ahead. I turned at the corner in time to see him enter an office building. I was not far behind him when he took the elevator. The man in the elevator gave me the number of his office. He was telling a joke to his typist as I entered, but his laughter died when he saw me. "You dirty thief! You'll never cheat another man out of money." His look of astonishment as I shouted these words was amusing. He tried to give blow for blow, but I meant what I said when I shouted at him, "I've come here to kill you." To choke the life out of an overfed beast is not so hard to an infuriated man. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was dead. The police, for whom the typist had called, filled the room even before I had straightened out my disheveled clothing. I practically tried my own case, and I was skillful enough to make every word apparently uttered in my own defense sound black against me. Gladys tried to save me by telling the true story of the affair, but I made a picture of her as a devoted, self-sacrificing wife, willing to ruin even her spotless name to save her husband. I enjoyed seeing her cringe as I did this. So skillfully had she and the big brute managed that there was not a bit of evidence to substantiate her story. On the other hand, there was a typist's story to help me, and too it was known that I had speculated in the past, and that I had lost some money. I made the most of everything against me, and it was enough, and it was enough. I was sentenced to hang on the 9th day of June at sunrise. Gladys came to the jail to see me while the trial was going on, but I managed to act just as if my story were the true one, and hers not, and though she pleaded with me to let the truth come out, I would not admit that the truth had not come out. The sentence was a terrible shock to her. Her mother carried her from the courtroom in a faint. Before she recovered, I was in prison. I shall welcome the hour of sunrise as I have never welcomed any moment in my life. Not until then will the fear of a reprieve leave me. Gladys is moving heaven and earth to locate the governor. God grant that she does not succeed. It is 4:45. I have spent much of the night at the window, gazing out into the darkness. What comes after death? That is the question I suppose all men ask at the end of life. I have never done so. It is a futile question, one which none of us can answer. But I believe there will be a surcease from the nausea that comes to those who have known disillusion and disappointment. 10 minutes to 5. Now surely I am safe from the chance of a reprieve. Footsteps in the corridor. Is it my escort to the gallows, or what I fear most on earth? A statement from the warden of Larson Penitentiary. If Taylor had spent the brief period always allotted to a criminal for a few last words, his reprieve would have reached us in time to stay the execution. But he walked calmly, unfalteringly up to the gallows and helped us, with steady hands, adjust the cap and ropes. And he was dead 2 minutes before the governor's message reached us. The end of The Gallows by I. W. D. Peters.
The Guilty Man, A Study in Tragedy by Marion Carreri. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Appearances, as has often been said, are misleading. Many a girl in a fur coat, gold-buckled shoes, and an expensive Marcel snips ribbon behind a counter. That inoffensive cloud over there may darken and spit forth lightning. Your sweet-faced wife may be plotting to deceive you. Persons go wrong. Geoffrey Sobbs, sitting with outward placidity on a box before his barn door, with a keen-bladed, horn-handled knife in his hand, slowly whittling, as though his sole aim in life was to model a yacht in perfect miniature, was, in reality, thinking how smoothly that same knife would carve into the heart of his enemy, Philip Lober. His hate was a black hate, compounded of jealousy, envy, a sense of inferiority, and fear. It had begun 12 years ago when, the two men owning adjoining farms and having been good friends until then, Philip Lober commenced to climb and Geoffrey Sobbs to go down. Geoffrey drank, but that was his own affair. Lots of men took a glass now and then, and made money just the same. But he was driven to borrow money from the more prosperous Philip, not once, but again and again, and he grew to hate the man who had befriended him. Then Martha Hanson came along, with her yellow hair and her fresh cheeks and her soft, laughing eyes, to settle with her uncle in the old Leatherby place. The uncle had fallen from his threshing machine the following year and was killed. There had been a quiet, slow but determined battle for her hand between the two men. Lober had won. Although Martha was dead now, and Geoffrey could see the daisies waving in the spring on her grave in the orchard corner over there on his neighbor's land, he had neither forgiven nor forgotten. This was count 2. Also, Lober had given him advice about his habits, advice which Geoffrey, growing more and more aloof and bitter-hearted and weasel-faced and grim for the smoldering hate in his heart, considered had been offered with a superior air, count 3. And Lober had sworn yesterday to have Sobbs arrested for stealing a dozen of his fine white leghorns. It was the fear that followed this threat that had started the whittler's brain on its evil scheming. He would kill him, and he wondered why he had not thought of it before. It would be easy. Since his wife's death, Philip Lober had lived alone, with only a manservant, who slept, as Geoffrey knew, in a room over the carriage house a few 100 yards from the back door. When the two farmers had been friends, Sobbs had often spent the evening talking and smoking with his neighbor. That was before he had become full of hate and had taken to drink. He knew where his enemy slept, and that there was only a very simple lock on the outside door downstairs. His knife would get through that easily. The hired man, a young, melancholy, but on the whole good-natured Dane, would be in his loft by 8 o'clock, or 9 at the latest. Lober would be sitting by the fire or preparing for bed, dropping his big boots on the floor and yawning widely after the hard day in the fields. The man with the knife would come up behind, speak so that the other would turn. It was part of his design that the enemy should see the hand that struck him down, and the knife would be in his heart before he could cry out. The man in the sun, whittling at the miniature ship, smiled grimly, and with one powerful, vicious plunge of the sharp blade cut his work in two like a piece of cheese, and flung it aside. His thinking was done. It was a propitiously dark night, black as Geoffrey Sobb's soul, and as full of turmoil. A night full of the ohs and ahs of wind-tortured trees that bent curiously down to see the man who was going to kill his friend. It was March, and the water in the creek that ran between the two farms was high and noisy, rushing through the darkness as if anxious to be away from the menacing meadows of the little wood and the big dark man who crossed heavily over the uncertain bridge. Some newborn lambs cried pitifully from the sheepfold, and a coyote howled in answer. A streak of moon peered out fearfully and disappeared. Approaching his victim's house, he looked up and saw that the farmhand was moving about in his room, undressing perhaps already, although it was not yet 9. No, he was moving swiftly back and forth, stooping to lift something, passing the window almost at a run. Suddenly, as though he felt the scrutiny of the man outside, he snatched at the blind, and the window was dark. Whatever he was doing, he was up there and out of the way, thought Geoffrey Sobbs. My work is here. It will soon be over, and I will be home with my tracks well covered before anything is discovered. I shall be rid of the fool in a little while. How simple a thing murder is, after all. He meditated, as he crept toward the door he had planned to enter, that suspicion would certainly never fasten on him. He had carried his enmity in his heart like a secret disease, and had confided in nobody. The crime would, no doubt, be laid to the robbers and drifters who infested the highway into town. He had no fear that he would be caught, only that he might find his enemy alert and waiting, and that the deed might be defeated. There was a light in the kitchen, as he could see through a slit in the door. Try as he might, it was a very difficult thing to raise the lock with his knife without making a sound, but after a full 15 minutes he accomplished it. He opened the door, pushing it in softly and cautiously, inch by inch. A creak. He sprang inside. In the kitchen a lamp was burning, but as far as he could see no one was there. In the bedroom, perhaps. He strode across the bare floor, looking with quick motions of his head to left and right like a jungle beast who expects death to leap from every shadow. Not a sound in the house. And then he saw the body of Philip Lober, whom he had come to kill, already dead, with a knife jab in his thick red neck and his inert legs sprawling grotesquely. He noticed that the room was in confusion. A chair was overturned, the cloth was dragged partly from the table and lay along the floor among a litter of broken china. A blackened log lay on the hearthrug as if it had been seized for a weapon. He stood gaping like an idiot with the knife in his hand, and his eyes riveted to the spectacle of his enemy slain. The work he had come to do was done. He could not move. Even when he heard a heavy step approaching, he could only stand helpless on the spot. Albert, the hired man, tall and blond almost to whiteness, with a smooth, boyish face and the wide-open, brilliantly blue eyes of a child, came into the room, carrying an old straw suitcase in one hand and his cap in the other. He started on seeing a visitor, and if his face had not yet been already as white as paper, he would have paled. "Mr. Sobbs! For God's sake, Mr. Sobbs!" He looked with a shuddering glance at the body of his employer that lay between them. Sobbs put his knife away and said deliberately, "Do you know who killed him?" The man stammered, "But what are you doing here, Mr. Sobbs?" A hard look came over the face of the would-be murderer, but he did not answer. He seemed hunting for words. Suddenly the Dane shut his square jaw with a snap, and bright red color flowed into his face. The arteries in his neck stood out, and he pointed a finger that shook with emotion at the other man. You were his enemy. He told me. You did it. I saw the knife you put away." "I did not do it," said Geoffrey Sobbs quietly. Albert dropped his suitcase and in the flash of a half-second had an ugly-looking revolver leveled at the other man. "You sit down in that chair. I'm going to telephone for the sheriff. Wait, get that rope from the nail." Sobbs took a quick look at the ominous black mouth of the weapon and pulled down the rope sullenly. In a few minutes he was bound tightly to the chair and was sitting alone with the dead man while he listened to the farmhand's thick voice speaking into the telephone. He let his head fall to his breast, for suddenly all the energy that had driven him here subsided and left him weary and only desiring rest, sleep. The Dane came back, striding thunderously in his big boots, and sat down opposite his prisoner. For a long time they were silent, the one with his glance on the floor at his feet, sunk in an apparent apathy, and the other with his face averted from the huddle that had been his master. And then, slowly, hesitatingly, his big blond head turned and he looked, but with aversion, at the dead man. As he did so, Geoffrey Sobbs raised his eyes. "I thought so, Albert," he threw out with a laugh. "You killed him." "What? You think that Mr. Sobbs—" "You killed him," repeated Sobbs. "I'm only curious to know why. Do you mind telling me?" "You think I know it. Don't lie, boy. When you came in, you didn't even go near the body, and you've hardly looked at it since. That's one reason. An innocent man would have gone over to see if he were really dead. You were the color of chalk when you came in, and before you saw him. Also, I see by your face that I'm right. Untie me." For answer, the younger man put his head down on his hands and burst into loud sobbing, and when he raised it again, his face was wild and tear-streaked, and his big strong frame shook. He was as a child who fears nothing so much as his own sin. "I did it," he flung out, speaking quickly. "I did it, but I swear by my dear old mother in the fatherland, by my little sister, I didn't mean to. No, I didn't mean to kill him. I ain't the kind of fellow can kill anybody, Mr. Sobbs." He got to his feet and stood there wringing his hands. "It was because of my little sister Elsa, who works as maid in town. I sent for her from home last year. 17 she is, and pretty." He shuddered and looked fearfully toward the man he had killed. "He began paying her attention, and when I asked him what he intended to do, he laughed. He just laughed at me." "And you killed him?" "We fought, like 2 men. I called him a name, and he struck me, and we fought. He was a big man, stronger than me. He took a knife from the table. It was fixed for supper, and he ran at me. It was me or him." Again Geoffrey Sobbs laughed. Always his laughter had a sinister, dark note in it. He said lightly, or with an assumption of lightness, "You'll have a hard time making the police believe your story." "I know it. I was going to run away. But now I got to hang for that, Mr. Sobbs, and little Elsa, my mother." He sat down heavily again, with his face hidden in his hands. "Me," he muttered. "Never, never could I hurt a fly, like a girl I am." He got up suddenly and came over to untie the ropes, but Sobbs stopped him with a sharp word of command. "Leave them alone. When they come, keep your mouth shut. I'm the murderer, not you." The Dane's eyes opened wide. "You," he began. "I came here tonight to kill him. I hated him for years, envied and despised him. I came with my knife in my hand through the neck of the woods over the bridge and opened the door with the blade. I planned the whole thing. But for you, my hands would be red now. You killed him in an honest fight over a woman's honor. I wished to put him out of the way because he was richer, more lucky with the women. He lorded it over me. I came to kill him. Can I let you hang, Mr. Sobbs, for what I did?" "You'll have to, boy, because I left a note home in case anything happened to me. About my property and that. I'll tell them to get it. I'll swear I came to kill him. In my heart, I had committed the crime a dozen times over. The law would say you were the guilty man, but which one of us is a murderer, you or I?" Voices and stamping and hurried feet outside, and 3 burly men came in, grim-faced and hard-eyed and determined. They gave quick, comprehending glances about the room, advanced to the man in the chair and unbound him. He stood silently while they put the cold iron circlets around his wrists. He even smiled when the Dane seized his manacled hands and pressed them in a frantic, sobbing goodbye. End of The Guilty Man, A Study in Tragedy by Marion Carreri. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Hooch by William Sanford. From Weird Tales, May 1923. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Hooch by William Sanford. I had committed murder. In a terrible fit of rage, I had killed my friend, Jim McCarthy. I was going to be hung at sunrise. There was no hope. I must die. Slowly, the great steel doors swung open, and 4 guards entered my cell. One of them stepped a little in advance of the others. "Come," he said. That was all. I rose, tottering from my bench. I must die. I must leave the sunlight of the earth behind me. I had committed murder. I was led through the cold, bleak prison corridors and out into the lighted courtyard where a number of people were gathered, prison officials and a few newspaper men. The scaffold stood before me, and with tottering legs I was assisted to the top. A black cap, a horrible thing spelling death, was fitted over my head and drawn tight about my neck. All was still about me. No one spoke. I felt the noose placed about my neck. The cold sweat broke out over my body. I could scarcely stand. Death. Death. I was to know the feeling of that terrible rope in a few moments. "Ready?" said a sharp voice. I felt the earth slip from under me, and I shot into space. A feeling of suffocation, indescribably terrible, enveloped me, and a million sparks of fire seemed dancing before my eyes, though I could not see. I tried to scream, but could make no sound. Then something seemed to burst. My lungs were free. I gave a terrible cry. A voice from above came sharply down to me. "What the devil's the matter with you, Bill?" The ship gave a lurch and brought me wide awake. In the dim light of the cabin I saw Jim McCarthy's face peering at me from the bunk above. "Jim," I said, wiping my sweat-soaked face with the sheet, "if you fill me up on any more of your homemade hooch, I will kill you." The end of Hooch by William Sanford.
A Jury of Her Peers by Susan Glaspell. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Valerie Marino. A Jury of Her Peers. When Martha Hale opened the storm door and got a cut of the north wind, she ran back for her big woolen scarf. As she hurriedly wound that round her head, her eye made a scandalized sweep of her kitchen. It was no ordinary thing that called her away. It was probably farther from ordinary than anything that had ever happened in Dixon County. But what her eye took in was that her kitchen was in no shape for leaving. Her bread all ready for mixing, half the flour sifted and half unsifted. She hated to see things half done, but she had been at that when the team from town stopped to get Mr. Hale, and then the sheriff came running in to say his wife wished Mrs. Hale would come too, adding with a grin that he guessed she was getting scared and wanted another woman along, so she had dropped everything right where it was. "Martha," now came her husband's impatient voice, "don't keep folks waiting out here in the cold." She again opened the storm door, and this time joined the 3 men and the 1 woman waiting for her in the big 2-seated buggy. After she had the robes tucked around her, she took another look at the woman who sat beside her on the back seat. She had met Mrs. Peters the year before at the county fair, and the thing she remembered about her was that she didn't seem like a sheriff's wife. She was small and thin and didn't have a strong voice. Mrs. Gorman, sheriff's wife before Gorman went out and Peters came in, had a voice that somehow seemed to be backing up the law with every word. But if Mrs. Peters didn't look like a sheriff's wife, Peters made up for it in looking like a sheriff. He was to a dot the kind of man who could get himself elected sheriff, a heavy man with a big voice, who was particularly genial with the law-abiding, as if to make it plain that he knew the difference between criminals and non-criminals. And right there it came into Mrs. Hale's mind with a stab that this man, who was so pleasant and lively with all of them, was going to the rights now as a sheriff. "The country's not very pleasant this time of year," Mrs. Peters at last ventured, as if she felt they ought to be talking as well as the men. Mrs. Hale scarcely finished her reply, for they had gone up a little hill and could see the right place now, and seeing it did not make her feel like talking. It looked very lonesome this cold March morning. It had always been a lonesome-looking place. It was down in a hollow, and the poplar trees around it were lonesome-looking trees. The men were looking at it and talking about what had happened. The county attorney was bending to one side of the buggy and kept looking steadily at the place as they drew up to it. "I'm glad you came with me," Mrs. Peters said nervously, as the two women were about to follow the men in through the kitchen door. Even after she had her foot on the doorstep, her hand on the knob, Martha Hale had a moment of feeling she could not cross that threshold. And the reason it seemed she couldn't cross it now was simply because she hadn't crossed it before. Time and time again it had been in her mind, "I ought to go over and see Minnie Foster." She still thought of her as Minnie Foster, though for 20 years she had been Mrs. Wright. And then there was always something to do, and Minnie Foster would go from her mind. But now she could come. The men went over to the stove. The women stood close together by the door. Young Henderson, the county attorney, turned around and said, "Come up to the fire, ladies." Mrs. Peters took a step forward, then stopped. "I'm not cold," she said. And so the two women stood by the door, at first not even so much as looking around the kitchen. The men talked for a minute about what a good thing it was the sheriff had sent his deputy out that morning to make a fire for them, and then Sheriff Peters stepped back from the stove, unbuttoned his outer coat, and leaned his hands on the kitchen table in a way that seemed to mark the beginning of official business. "Now, Mr. Hale," he said in a sort of semi-official voice, "before we move things about, you tell Mr. Henderson just what it was you saw when you came here yesterday morning." The county attorney was looking around the kitchen. "By the way," he said, "has anything been moved?" He turned to the sheriff. "Are things just as you left them yesterday?" Peters looked from cupboard to sink, from that to a small worn rocker a little to one side of the kitchen table. "It's just the same. Somebody should have been left here yesterday," said the county attorney. "Oh, yesterday," returned the sheriff with a little gesture as of yesterday having been more than he could bear to think of. "When I had to send Frank to Morris Center for that man who went crazy, let me tell you, I had my hands full yesterday. I knew you could get back from Omaha by today, George, and as long as I went over everything here myself—" "Well, Mr. Hale," said the county attorney, in a way of letting what was past and gone go, "tell just what happened when you came here yesterday morning." Mrs. Hale, still leaning against the door, had that sinking feeling of the mother whose child is about to speak a piece. Louis often wandered along and got things mixed up in a story. She hoped he would tell it straight and plain, and not say unnecessary things that would just make things harder for Minnie Foster. He didn't begin at once, and she noticed that he looked queer, as if standing in that kitchen and having to tell what he had seen there yesterday morning made him almost sick. "Yes, Mr. Hale," the county attorney reminded. "Harry and I had started to town with a load of potatoes," Mrs. Hale's husband began. Harry was Mrs. Hale's oldest boy. He wasn't with them now, for the very good reason that those potatoes never got to town yesterday, and he was taking them this morning. So he hadn't been home when the sheriff stopped to say he wanted Mr. Hale to come over to the Wright place and tell the county attorney his story there, where he could point it all out. With all Mrs. Hale's other emotions came the fear now that maybe Harry wasn't dressed warm enough. They hadn't any of them realized how that north wind did bite. "We come along this road," Hale was going on, with a motion of his hand to the road over which they had just come. "And as we got inside of the house, I says to Harry, 'I'm going to see if I can't get John Wright to take a telephone.' You see," he explained to Henderson, "unless I can get somebody to go in with me, they won't come out this branch road except for a price I can't pay. I'd spoke to Wright about it once before, but he put me off, saying folks talk too much anyway, and all he asked was peace and quiet. Guess you know about how much he talked himself. But I thought maybe if I went to the house and talked about it before his wife, and said all the women folks liked the telephones, and in this lonesome stretch of road it would be a good thing. Well, I said to Harry that that was what I was going to say, though I said at the same time that I didn't know as what his wife wanted made much difference to John." Now there he was, saying things he didn't need to say. Mrs. Hale tried to catch her husband's eye, but fortunately the county attorney interrupted with, "Let's talk about that a little later, Mr. Hale. I do want to talk about that, but I'm anxious now to get along to just what happened when you got here." When he began this time, it was very deliberately and carefully. "I didn't see or hear anything. I knocked at the door, and it was all quiet inside. I knew they must be up. It was past 8 o'clock, so I knocked again, louder, and I thought I heard somebody say, 'Come in.' I wasn't sure. I'm not sure yet, but I opened the door, this door," jerking a hand toward the door by which the two women stood, "and there, in that rocker," pointing to it, "sat Mrs. Wright." Everyone in the kitchen looked at that rocker. It came into Mrs. Hale's mind that that rocker didn't look in the least like Minnie Foster, the Minnie Foster of 20 years before. It was a dingy red, with wooden rungs up the back, and the middle rung was gone, and the chair sagged to one side. "How did she look?" the county attorney was inquiring. "Well," said Hale, "she looked queer." "How do you mean, queer?" As he asked it, he took out a notebook and pencil. Mrs. Hale did not like the sight of that pencil. She kept her eye fixed on her husband, as if to keep him from saying unnecessary things that would go into that notebook and make trouble. Hale did speak guardedly, as if the pencil had affected him too. "Well, as if she didn't know what she was going to do next, and kind of done up. How did she seem to feel about your coming?" "Why, I don't think she minded one way or other. She didn't pay much attention. I said, 'How do, Mrs. Wright? It's cold, ain't it?' And she said, 'Is it?' and went on pleating at her apron. Well, I was surprised she didn't ask me to come up to the stove or to sit down, but just sat there, not even looking at me. And so I said, 'I want to see John.' And then she laughed. I guess you would call it a laugh. I thought of Harry and the team outside, so I said a little sharp, 'Can I see John?' 'No,' says she. 'Kind of dull like, ain't he home?' says I. Then she looked at me. 'Yes,' says she, 'he's home.' 'Then why can't I see him?' I asked her, out of patience with her now. ''Cause he's dead,' says she, just as quiet and dull, and fell to pleating her apron. 'Dead?' says I, like you do when you can't take in what you've heard. She just nodded her head, not getting a bit excited, but rocking back and forth. 'Why, where is he?' says I, not knowing what to say. She just pointed upstairs like this, pointing to the room above. I got up with the idea of going up there myself. By this time I didn't know what to do. I walked from there to here. Then I says, 'Why, what did he die of?' 'He died of a rope round his neck,' says she, and just went on pleating at her apron. Hale stopped speaking and stood staring at the rocker as if he were still seeing the woman who had sat there the morning before. Nobody spoke. It was as if everyone were seeing the woman who had sat there the morning before. "And what did you do then?" The county attorney at last broke the silence. "I went out and called Harry. I thought I might need help. I got Harry in and we went upstairs." His voice fell almost to a whisper. "There he was, lying over the..." I think I'd rather have you go into that upstairs, the county attorney interrupted, where you can point it all out. Just go on now with the rest of the story. Well, my first thought was to get that rope off. It looked— He stopped, his face twitching. But Harry, he went up to him, and he said, no, he's dead all right, and we'd better not touch anything. So we went downstairs. She was still sitting that same way. Has anybody been notified? I asked. No, says she, unconcerned. Who did this, Mrs. Wright? Said Harry. He said it businesslike, and she stopped pleatin' at her apron. I don't know, she says. You don't know, says Harry. Weren't you sleepin' in the bed with him? Yes, says she, but I was on the inside. Somebody slipped a rope round his neck and strangled him, and you didn't wake up, says Harry. I didn't wake up, she said after him. We may have looked as if we didn't see how that could be, for after a minute she said, I sleep sound. Harry was going to ask her more questions, but I said maybe that weren't our business. Maybe we ought to let her tell her story first to the coroner or the sheriff. So Harry went fast as he could over to High Road, the Rivers place, where there's a telephone. And what did she do when she knew you had gone for the coroner? The attorney got his pencil in his hand, all ready for writing. She moved from that chair to this one over here. Hale pointed to a small chair in the corner, and just sat there with her hands held together and looking down. I got a feeling that I ought to make some conversation, so I said I had come in to see if John wanted to put in a telephone. And at that she started to laugh, and then she stopped and looked at me, scared. At the sound of a moving pencil, the man who was telling the story looked up. I don't know, maybe it wasn't scared, he hastened. I wouldn't like to say it was. Soon Harry got back, and then Dr. Lloyd came, and you, Mr. Peters, and so I guess that's all I know that you don't. He said that last with relief, and moved a little as if relaxing. Everyone moved a little. The county attorney walked toward the stair door. I guess we'll go upstairs first, then out to the barn and around there. He paused and looked around the kitchen. You're convinced there was nothing important here? He asked the sheriff. Nothing that would point to any motive? The sheriff, too, looked around, as if to reconvince himself. Nothing here but kitchen things, he said with a little laugh for the insignificance of kitchen things. The county attorney was looking at the cupboard, a peculiar, ungainly structure, half closet and half cupboard, the upper part of it being built in the wall and the lower part just the old-fashioned kitchen cupboard. As if its queerness attracted him, he got a chair and opened the upper part and looked in. After a moment he drew his hand away sticky. Here's a nice mess, he said resentfully. The two women had drawn nearer, and now the sheriff's wife spoke. Oh, her fruit, she said, looking to Mrs. Hale for sympathetic understanding. She turned back to the county attorney and explained. She worried about that when it turned so cold last night. She said the fire would go out and her jars might burst. Mrs. Peters' husband broke into a laugh. Well, can you beat the women? Held for murder and worrying about her preserves. The young attorney set his lips. I guess before we're through with her she may have something more serious than preserves to worry about. Oh, well, said Mrs. Hale's husband, with good-natured superiority, women are used to worrying over trifles. The two women moved a little closer. Neither of them spoke. The county attorney seemed suddenly to remember his manners and think of his future. And yet, he said with the gallantry of a young politician, for all their worries, what would we do without the ladies? The women did not speak, did not unbend. He went to the sink and began washing his hands. He turned to wipe them on the roller towel, whirled it for a cleaner place. Dirty towels? Not much of a housekeeper, would you say, ladies? He kicked his foot against some dirty pans under the sink. There's a great deal of work to be done on a farm, said Mrs. Hale stiffly. To be sure, and yet, with a little bow to her, I know there are some Dixon County farmhouses that do not have such roller towels. He gave it a pull to expose its full length again. Those towels get dirty awful quick. Men's hands aren't always as clean as they might be. Ah, loyal to your sex, I see, he laughed. He stopped and gave her a keen look. But you and Mrs. Wright were neighbors. I suppose you were friends, too? Martha Hale shook her head. I've seen little enough of her of late years. I've not been in this house. It's more than a year. And why was that? You didn't like her? I liked her well enough, she replied with spirit. Farmers' wives have their hands full, Mr. Henderson, and then she looked around the kitchen. Yes, he encouraged. It never seemed a very cheerful place, said she, more to herself than to him. No, he agreed. I don't think anyone would call it cheerful. I shouldn't say she had the homemaking instinct. Well, I don't know as Wright had, either, she muttered. You mean they didn't get on very well? He was quick to ask. No, I don't mean anything, she answered with decision. As she turned a little away from him, she added, but I don't think a place would be any the cheerfuller for John Wright's being in it. I'd like to talk to you about that a little later, Mrs. Hale, he said. I'm anxious to get the lay of things upstairs now. He moved toward the stair door, followed by the two men. I suppose anything Mrs. Peters does'll be all right, the sheriff inquired. She was to take in some clothes for her, you know, and a few little things. We left in such a hurry yesterday. The county attorney looked at the two women whom they were leaving alone there among the kitchen things. Yes, Mrs. Peters, he said, his glance resting on the woman who was not Mrs. Peters, the big farmer woman who stood behind the sheriff's wife. Of course, Mrs. Peters is one of us, he said in a manner of entrusting responsibility. And keep your eye out, Mrs. Peters, for anything that might be of use. No telling, you women might come upon the clue to the motive, and that's the thing we need. Mr. Hale rubbed his face after the fashion of a showman getting ready for a pleasantry. But would the women know a clue if they did come upon it? He said, and having delivered himself of this, he followed the others through the stair door. The women stood motionless and silent, listening to the footsteps first upon the stairs and then in the room above them. As if releasing herself from something strange, Mrs. Hale began to arrange the dirty pans under the sink, which the county attorney's disdainful push of the foot had deranged. I'd hate to have men comin' into my kitchen, she said testily, snoopin' round and criticizin'. Of course, it's no more than their duty, said the sheriff's wife, in her manner of timid acquiescence. Duty's all right, replied Mrs. Hale bluffly, but I guess that deputy sheriff that come out to make the fire might have got a little of this on. She gave the roller towel a pull. Wish I'd thought of that sooner. Seems mean to talk about her for not having things slicked up when she had to come away in such a hurry. She looked around the kitchen. Certainly it was not slicked up. Her eye was held by a bucket of sugar on a low shelf. The cover was off of the wooden bucket, and beside it was a paper bag half full. Mrs. Hale moved toward it. She was putting this in there, she said to herself slowly. She thought of the flour in her kitchen at home, half sifted, half not sifted. She had been interrupted, and had left things half done. What had interrupted Minnie Foster? Why had that work been left half done? She made a move as if to finish it. Unfinished things always bothered her. And then she glanced around and saw that Mrs. Peters was watching her. And she didn't want Mrs. Peters to get the feeling that she had got work begun and then, for some reason, not finished. It's a shame about her fruit, she said, and walked toward the cupboard that the county attorney had opened, and got on the chair, murmuring, I wonder if it's all gone. It was a sorry enough looking sight, but here's one that's all right, she said at last. She held it toward the light. This is cherries, too. She looked again. I declare I believe that's the only one. With a sigh, she got down from the chair, went to the sink, and wiped off the bottle. She'll feel awful bad after all her hard work in the hot weather. I remember the afternoon I put up my cherries last summer. She set the bottle on the table, and with another sigh started to sit down in the rocker. But she did not sit down. Something kept her from sitting down in that chair. She straightened, stepped back, and half turned away, stood looking at it, seeing the woman who had sat there pleatin' at her apron. The thin voice of the sheriff's wife broke in upon her. I must be getting those things from the front room closet. She opened the door into the other room, started in, stepped back. You coming with me, Mrs. Hale? She asked nervously. You could help me get them? They were back soon. The stark coldness of that shut-up room was not a thing to linger in. My! Said Mrs. Peters, dropping the things on the table and hurrying to the stove. Mrs. Hale stood examining the clothes. The woman who was being detained in town had said she wanted. Wright was close, she exclaimed, holding up a shabby black shirt that bore the marks of much making over. I think maybe that's why she kept so much to herself. I suppose she felt she couldn't do her part, and then you don't enjoy things when you feel shabby. She used to wear pretty clothes and be lively when she was Minnie Foster, one of the town girls singing in the choir, but that was 20 years ago. With a carefulness in which there was something tender, she folded the shabby clothes and piled them at the corner of the table. She looked up at Mrs. Peters, and there was something in the other woman's look that irritated her. She don't care, she said to herself. Much difference it makes to her whether Minnie Foster had pretty clothes when she was a girl. Then she looked again, and she wasn't so sure. In fact, she hadn't at any time been perfectly sure about Mrs. Peters. She had that shrinking manner, and yet her eyes looked as if they could see a long way into things. "This all you was to take in?" asked Mrs. Hale. "No," said the sheriff's wife. "She said she wanted an apron. Funny thing to want," she ventured in her nervous little way, "for there's not much to get you dirty in jail, goodness knows. But I suppose just to make her feel more natural, if you're used to wearing an apron." She said they were in the bottom drawer of this cupboard. "Yes, here they are." And then her little shawl that always hung on the stair door. She took the small gray shawl from behind the door leading upstairs, and stood a minute looking at it. Suddenly Mrs. Hale took a quick step toward the other woman. "Mrs. Peters." "Yes, Mrs. Hale." "Do you think she did it?" A frightened look blurred the other things in Mrs. Peters' eyes. "Oh, I don't know," she said in a voice that seemed to shrink away from the subject. "Well, I don't think she did," affirmed Mrs. Hale stoutly. "Asking for an apron and her little shawl, worrying about her fruit. Mr. Peters says—" Footsteps were heard in the room above. She stopped, looked up, and then went on in a lowered voice. "Mr. Peters says it looks bad for her. Mr. Henderson is awful sarcastic in a speech, and he's going to make fun of her, saying she didn't wake up." For a moment Mrs. Hale had no answer. Then, "Well, I guess John Wright didn't wake up when they was slipping that rope under his neck," she muttered. "No, it's strange," breathed Mrs. Peters. "They think it was such a funny way to kill a man." She began to laugh. At the sound of the laugh, abruptly stopped. "That's just what Mr. Hale said," said Mrs. Hale in a resolutely natural voice. "There was a gun in the house. He says that's what he can't understand. Mr. Henderson said, coming out, that what was needed for this case was a motive, something to show anger or sudden feeling." "Well, I don't see any signs of anger around here," said Mrs. Hale. "I don't." She stopped. It was as if her mind tripped on something. Her eye was caught by a dish towel in the middle of the kitchen table. Slowly she moved toward the table. One half of it was wiped clean, the other messy. Her eyes made a slow, almost unwilling turn to the bucket of sugar and the half-empty bag beside it. Things begun and not finished. After a moment she stepped back and said in that manner of releasing herself, "Wonder how they're finding things upstairs. I hope she had it a little more read up there. You know?" She paused and feeling gathered. "It seems kind of sneaking, locking her up in town and coming out here to get her own house to turn against her." "But Mrs. Hale," said the sheriff's wife, "the law is the law." "I suppose 'tis," answered Mrs. Hale shortly. She turned to the stove, saying something about that fire not being much to brag of. She worked with it a minute, and when she straightened up, she said aggressively, "The law is the law, and a bad stove is a bad stove. How do you like to cook on this?" pointing with the poker to the broken lining. She opened the oven door and started to express her opinion of the oven, but she was swept into her own thoughts, thinking of what it would mean, year after year, to have that stove to wrestle with, the thought of Minnie Foster trying to bake in that oven, and the thought of her never going over to see Minnie Foster. She was startled by hearing Mrs. Peters say, "A person gets discouraged and loses heart." The sheriff's wife had looked from the stove to the sink to the pail of water which had been carried in from outside. The two women stood there silent. Above them the footsteps of the men who were looking for evidence against the woman who had worked in that kitchen. That look of seeing into things, of seeing through a thing to something else, was in the eyes of the sheriff's wife now. When Mrs. Hale next spoke to her, it was gently. "Better loosen up your things, Mrs. Peters. We'll not feel them when we go out." Mrs. Peters went to the back of the room to hang up the fur tippet she was wearing. A moment later she exclaimed, "Why, she was piecing a quilt!" and held up a large sewing basket piled high with quilt pieces. Mrs. Hale spread some of the blocks out on her table. "It's a log cabin pattern," she said, putting several of them together. "Pretty, isn't it?" They were so engaged with the quilt that they did not hear the footsteps on the stairs. Just as the stair door opened, Mrs. Hale was saying, "Do you suppose she was going to quilt it or just knot it?" The sheriff threw up his hands. They wonder whether she was going to quilt it or just knot it. There was a laugh for the ways of women, a warming of hands over the stove, and the county attorney said briskly, "Well, let's go right out to the barn and get that cleared up." "I don't see as there's anything so strange," Mrs. Hale said resentfully after the outside door had closed on the three men. "Our taking up our time with little things while we're waiting for them to get the evidence. I don't see as it's anything to laugh about. Of course, they've got awful important things on their minds," said the sheriff's wife apologetically. They returned to an inspection of the block for the quilt. Mrs. Hale was looking at the fine, even sewing, and preoccupied with thoughts of the woman who had done that sewing, when she heard the sheriff's wife say in a queer tone, "Why, look at this one." She turned to take the block held out to her. "The sewing," said Mrs. Peters in a troubled way. "All the rest of them have been so nice and even, but this one, why, it looks as if she didn't know what she was about." Their eyes met. Something flashed to life, passed between them. Then, as if with an effort, they seemed to pull away from each other. A moment, Mrs. Hale sat her hands folded over that sewing, which was so unlike all the rest of the sewing. Then she had pulled a knot and drawn the threads. "Oh, what are you doing, Mrs. Hale?" asked the sheriff's wife, startled. "Just pulling out a stitch or two that's not sewed very good," said Mrs. Hale mildly. "I don't think we ought to touch things," Mrs. Peters said, a little helplessly. "I'll just finish up this end," answered Mrs. Hale, still in that mild, matter-of-fact fashion. She threaded a needle and started to replace bad sewing with good. For a little while she sewed in silence. Then, in that thin, timid voice, she heard, "Mrs. Hale?" "Yes, Mrs. Peters." "What do you suppose she was so nervous about?" "Oh, I don't know," said Mrs. Hale, as if dismissing a thing not important enough to spend much time on. "I don't know as she was nervous. I sew awful queer sometimes when I'm just tired." She cut a thread, and out of the corner of her eye looked up at Mrs. Peters. The small, lean face of the sheriff's wife seemed to have tightened up. Her eyes had that look of peering into something, but next moment she moved and said in her thin, indecisive way, "Well, I must get those clothes wrapped. They may be through sooner than we think. I wonder where I could find a piece of paper and string." "In that cupboard, maybe?" suggested Mrs. Hale, after a glance around. One piece of the crazy sewing remained unripped. Mrs. Peters' back turned. Martha Hale now scrutinized that piece, compared it with the dainty, accurate sewing of the other blocks. The difference was startling. Holding this block made her feel queer, as if the distracted thoughts of the woman who had perhaps turned to it to try and quiet herself were communicating themselves to her. Mrs. Peters' voice roused her. "Here's a bird cage," she said. "Did she have a bird, Mrs. Hale?" "Why, I don't know whether she did or not." She turned to look at the cage Mrs. Peters was holding up. "I've not been here in so long," she sighed. "There was a man round last year selling canaries cheap, but I don't know as she took one. Maybe she did. She used to sing real pretty herself." Mrs. Peters looked around the kitchen. "Seems kind of funny to think of a bird here," she half laughed, an attempt to put up a barrier. "But she must have had one, or why would she have a cage? I wonder what happened to it. I suppose maybe the cat got it," suggested Mrs. Hale, resuming her sewing. "No, she didn't have a cat. She's got that feeling some people have about cats, being afraid of them. When they brought her to our house yesterday, my cat got in the room and she was real upset and asked me to take it out." "My sister Bessie was like that," laughed Mrs. Hale. The sheriff's wife did not reply. The silence made Mrs. Hale turn round. Mrs. Peters was examining the birdcage. "Look at this door," she said slowly. "It's broke. One hinge has been pulled apart." Mrs. Hale came nearer. "Looks as if someone must have been rough with it." Again their eyes met, startled, questioning, apprehensive. For a moment neither spoke nor stirred. Then Mrs. Hale, turning away, said brusquely, "If they're going to find any evidence, I wish they'd be about it. I don't like this place. But I'm awful glad you came with me, Mrs. Hale." Mrs. Peters put the birdcage on the table and sat down. "It would be lonesome for me sitting here alone." "Yes, it would, wouldn't it?" agreed Mrs. Hale, a certain determined naturalness in her voice. She had picked up the sewing, but now it dropped in her lap, and she murmured in a different voice, "But I tell you what, I do wish, Mrs. Peters, I wish I had come over sometimes when she was here. I wish I had. But of course you were awful busy, Mrs. Hale, your house and your children." "I could have come," retorted Mrs. Hale shortly. "I stayed away because it weren't cheerful, and that's why I ought to have come. She looked around. "I've never liked this place. Maybe because it's down in a hollow and you don't see the road. I don't know what it is, but it's a lonesome place and always was. I wish I had come over to see Minnie Foster sometimes. I can see now." She did not put it into words. "Well, you mustn't reproach yourself," counseled Mrs. Peters. "Somehow, we just don't see how it is with other folks till something comes up." "Not having children makes less work," mused Mrs. Hale after a silence, "but it makes a quiet house. And Wright out to work all day, and no company when he did come in. Did you know John Wright, Mrs. Peters?" "Not to know him. I've seen him in town. They say he was a good man." Yes, good, conceded John Wright's neighbor grimly. He didn't drink, and kept his word as well as most, I guess, and paid his debts. But he was a hard man, Mrs. Peters. Just to pass the time of day with him. She stopped, shivered a little, like a raw wind that gets to the bone. Her eye fell upon the cage on the table before her, and she added, almost bitterly, I should think she would have wanted a bird. Suddenly she leaned forward, looking intently at the cage. But what do you suppose went wrong with it? I don't know, returned Mrs. Peters, unless it got sick and died. But after she said it, she reached over and swung the broken door. Both women watched it as if somehow held by it. You didn't know her? Mrs. Hale asked, a gentler note in her voice. Not till they brought her yesterday, said the sheriff's wife. Come to think of it, she was kind of like a bird herself, real sweet and pretty, but kind of timid and fluttery. How she did change. That held her for a long time. Finally, as if struck with a happy thought, and relieved to get back to everyday things, she exclaimed, Tell you what, Mrs. Peters, why don't you take the quilt in with you? It might take up her mind. Why, I think that's a real nice idea, Mrs. Hale, agreed the sheriff's wife, as if she too were glad to come into the atmosphere of a simple kindness. There couldn't possibly be any objection to that, could there? Now just what will I take? I wonder if her patches are in here, and her things. They turned to the sewing basket. Here's some red, said Mrs. Hale, bringing out a roll of cloth. Underneath that was a box. Here, maybe her scissors are in here, and her things. She held it up. What a pretty box. I'll warrant that was something she had a long time ago when she was a girl. She held it in her hand a moment, then, with a little sigh, opened it. Instantly, her hand went to her nose. Why! Mrs. Peters drew nearer, then turned away. There's something wrapped up in this piece of silk, faltered Mrs. Hale. This isn't her scissors, said Mrs. Peters in a shrinking voice, her hand not steady. Mrs. Hale raised the piece of silk. Oh, Mrs. Peters, she cried. It's... Mrs. Peters bent closer. It's the bird, she whispered. But Mrs. Peters, cried Mrs. Hale. Look at it. Its neck. Look at its neck. It's all other side to... She held the box away from her. The sheriff's wife again bent closer. Somebody wrung its neck, she said in a voice that was slow and deep, and then again the eyes of the two women met, this time clung together in a look of dawning comprehension of growing horror. Mrs. Peters looked from the dead bird to the broken door of the cage. Again their eyes met, and just then there was a sound at the outside door. Mrs. Hale slipped the box under the quilt pieces in the basket and sank into the chair before it. Mrs. Peters stood holding to the table. The county attorney and the sheriff came in from outside. Well, ladies, said the county attorney, as one turning from serious things to little pleasantries, have you decided whether she was going to quilt it or not it? We think, began the sheriff's wife in a fluttered voice, that she was going to not it. He was too preoccupied to notice the change that came in her voice on the last. Well, that's very interesting, I'm sure, he said tolerantly. He caught sight of the bird cage. Has the bird flown? We think the cat got it, said Mrs. Hale in a voice curiously even. He was walking up and down as if thinking something out. Is there a cat? He asked absently. Mrs. Hale shot a look up at the sheriff's wife. Well, not now, said Mrs. Peters. They're superstitious, you know. They leave. She sank into her chair. The county attorney did not heed her. No sign at all of anyone having come in from the outside, he said to Peters, in the manner of continuing an interrupted conversation. Their own rope. Now let's go upstairs again and go over it piece by piece. It would have to have been someone who knew just the stair door closed behind them, and their voices were lost. The two women sat motionless, not looking at each other, but as if peering into something and at the same time holding back. When they spoke now, it was as if they were afraid of what they were saying, but as if they could not help saying it. She liked the bird, said Martha Hale low and slowly. She was going to bury it in that pretty box. When I was a girl, said Mrs. Peters under her breath, my kitten, there was a boy took a hatchet, and before my eyes, before I could get there, she covered her face an instant. If they hadn't held me back, I would have... She caught herself, looked upstairs where the footsteps were heard, and finished weakly, hurt him. Then they sat without speaking or moving. I wonder how it would seem, Mrs. Hale at last began, as if feeling her way over strange ground. Never to have had any children around. Her eyes made a slow sweep of the kitchen, as if seeing what the kitchen had meant through all the years. No, Wright wouldn't like the bird, she said after that. A thing that sang. She used to sing. He killed that too. Her voice tightened. Mrs. Peters moved uneasily. Of course we don't know who killed the bird. I knew John Wright, was Mrs. Hale's answer. It was an awful thing was done in this house that night, Mrs. Hale, said the sheriff's wife. Killing a man while he slept. Slipping a thing round his neck that choked the life out of him. Mrs. Hale's hand went out to the birdcage. His neck choked the life out of him. We don't know who killed him, whispered Mrs. Peters wildly. We don't know. Mrs. Hale had not moved. If there had been years and years of nothing, then a bird to sing to you, it would be awful still after the bird was still. It was as if something within her, not herself, had spoken, and it found in Mrs. Peters something she did not know as herself. I know what stillness is, she said in a queer, monotonous voice. When we homesteaded in Dakota, and my first baby died after he was 2 years old, and me with no other than... Mrs. Hale stirred. How soon do you suppose they'll be through looking for the evidence? I know what stillness is, repeated Mrs. Peters in just that same way. Then she too pulled back. The law has got to punish crime, Mrs. Hale, she said in her tight little way. I wish you'd seen Minnie Foster, was the answer, when she wore a white dress with blue ribbons and stood up there in the choir and sang. The picture of that girl, the fact that she lived neighbor to that girl for 20 years and had let her die for lack of life, was suddenly more than she could bear. Oh, I wish I'd come over here once in a while, she cried. That was a crime. That was a crime. Who's going to punish that? We mustn't take on, said Mrs. Peters with a frightened look toward the stairs. I might have known she needed help. I tell you, it's queer, Mrs. Peters. We live close together and we live far apart. We all go through the same things. It's all just a different kind of the same thing. If it weren't, why do you and I understand? Why do we know what we know this minute? She dashed her hand across her eyes. Then, seeing the jar of fruit on the table, she reached for it and choked out, If I was you, I wouldn't tell her fruit was gone. Tell her it ain't. Tell her it's all right, all of it. Here, take this in to prove it to her. She may never know whether it was broke or not. She turned away. Mrs. Peters reached out for the bottle of fruit, as if she were glad to take it, as if touching a familiar thing, having something to do, could keep her from something else. She got up, looked about for something to wrap the fruit in, took a petticoat from the pile of clothes she had brought from the front room, and nervously started winding that round the bottle. My, she began in a high, false voice, it's a good thing the men couldn't hear us, getting all stirred up over a little thing like a dead canary. She hurried over that, as if that could have anything to do with, my, wouldn't they laugh? Footsteps were heard on the stairs. Maybe they would, muttered Mrs. Hale. Maybe they wouldn't. No, Peters, said the county attorney incisively. It's all perfectly clear, except the reason for doing it. But you know juries, when it comes to women, if there was some definite thing, something to show, something to make a story about, a thing that would connect up with this clumsy way of doing it. In a covert way, Mrs. Hale looked at Mrs. Peters. Mrs. Peters was looking at her. Quickly they looked away from each other. The outer door opened, and Mr. Hale came in. I've got the team round now, he said. Pretty cold out there. I'm going to stay here a while by myself, the county attorney suddenly announced. You can send Frank out for me, can't you? He asked the sheriff. I want to go over everything. I'm not satisfied we can't do better. Again, for one brief moment, the two women's eyes found one another. The sheriff came up to the table. Did you want to see what Mrs. Peters was going to take in? The county attorney picked up the apron. He laughed. Oh, I guess they're not very dangerous things the ladies have picked out. Mrs. Hale's hand was on the sewing basket in which the box was concealed. She felt that she ought to take her hand off the basket. She did not seem able to. He picked up one of the quilt blocks which she had piled on to cover the box. Her eyes felt like fire. She had a feeling that if he took up the basket she would snatch it from him. But he did not take it up. With another little laugh he turned away, saying, No, Mrs. Peters doesn't need supervising. For that matter, a sheriff's wife is married to the law. Ever think of it that way, Mrs. Peters? Mrs. Peters was standing beside the table. Mrs. Hale shot a look up at her, but she could not see her face. Mrs. Peters had turned away. When she spoke, her voice was muffled. "Not just that way," she said. "Married to the law," chuckled Mrs. Peters' husband. He moved toward the door into the front room and said to the county attorney, "I just want you to come in here a minute, George. We ought to take a look at these windows." "Oh, windows," said the county attorney scoffingly. "We'll be right out, Mr. Hale," said the sheriff to the farmer, who was still waiting by the door. Hale went to look after the horses. The sheriff followed the county attorney into the other room. Again, for one final moment, the two women were alone in that kitchen. Martha Hale sprang up, her hands tight together, looking at that other woman with whom it rested. At first she could not see her eyes, for the sheriff's wife had not turned back since she turned away at the suggestion of being married to the law. But now Mrs. Hale made her turn back. Her eyes made her turn back. Slowly, unwillingly, Mrs. Peters turned her head until her eyes met the eyes of the other woman. There was a moment when they held each other in a steady, burning look in which there was no evasion nor flinching. Then Martha Hale's eyes pointed the way to the basket in which was hidden the thing that would make certain the conviction of the other woman, the woman who was not there, and yet who had been there with them all through that hour. For a moment Mrs. Peters did not move, and then she did it. With a rush forward, she threw back the quilt pieces, got the box, tried to put it in her handbag. It was too big. Desperately she opened it, started to take the bird out, but there she broke. She could not touch the bird. She stood there helpless, foolish. There was the sound of a knob turning in the inner door. Martha Hale snatched the box from the sheriff's wife and got it in the pocket of her big coat, just as the sheriff and the county attorney came back into the kitchen. "Well, Henry," said the county attorney facetiously, "at least we found out that she was not going to quilt it. She was going to— what is it you call it, ladies?" Mrs. Hale's hand was against the pocket of her coat. "We call it— knot it, Mr. Henderson." End of A Jury of Her Peers by Susan Glaspell. Recording by Valerie Marino.
Murder in Haste by John Baer. From The Black Mask Magazine, August 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Murder in Haste by John Baer. 1. Of the thousands of dentists in the city, Detective Carr chose to visit Dr. Raymond K. Perry on East 48th Street. A friend had recommended Dr. Perry. That was the only reason for the detective's choice. The doctor was a small, bald, roundish, amiable gentleman with a pleasing personality. Harmless was the word which immediately occurred to you the first time you saw him. Nevertheless, the detective's eyes contracted rather sharply when he shook hands with the doctor, and a momentary expression of mingled doubt and surprise clouded his face. But he resumed his nonchalance immediately. The detective's teeth were in very bad condition. He had several cavities and a mild case of pyorrhea. The doctor made an examination and took an X-ray photograph. An appointment for 2 days later was made. The intervening day was an extraordinarily busy one for Detective Carr. He spent the time running down the history and official record of the Curvin murder case, a crime which had been committed some 10 months previously. The details of this case, with which he renewed his acquaintance, may be summed up briefly as follows. At about 10:30 in the morning, Mr. Curvin was found dead in his room, with his throat cut from ear to ear. A blood-stained razor was lying beside him. The body was discovered by his housekeeper, who had come to his house to do the cleaning. That it was murder was plain, for there were signs of a furious struggle. Nor did the identity of the murderer remain long a mystery. William Lesser, the business partner of Mr. Curvin, disappeared, and for apparent reasons. The books of the firm Curvin and Lesser, brokers, appeared to be at first in good order, but an investigation revealed that several transactions involving large amounts had not been recorded. Bonds and securities which had been entrusted to Lesser by the firm's clients never reached the bookkeepers for entry. It was estimated that Lester had absconded with some $200,000. The direct cause of the murder was not known, but it was assumed that Curven had discovered his partner's treachery, had accused or perhaps threatened him, and had thus brought on the quarrel. The police, in tracing Lesser's history, discovered that 3 years previous to the crime, he had entered Curven's office as a clerk. He made good so quickly that Mr. Curven took him into partnership. No clue to any fact of Lesser's life before he entered the employ of Mr. Curven could be found. The heirs of Mr. Curven, a sister and a nephew, offered a reward of $500,000 for the capture of Lesser. But months of zealous searching bore no results. The police had only an old photograph, found among Mr. Curven's effects, and the description given by employees and clients to guide them. After several months, official interest in the case smoldered, and finally lapsed altogether. Detective Carr was one of the department's famous camera-eyed men. No disguise had as yet fooled him. He was able to penetrate almost immediately any artificial changes of appearance. He had never met the missing Lesser personally, but he had, of course, seen the pictures, which had been published in the papers. His first glance had convinced him that the man who was running a dental office on 48th Street under the name of Dr. Perry was the man who had disappeared under the name of Lesser. And this in spite of the fact that Dr. Perry's appearance differed from Lesser's in several important respects. Lesser, to judge by his picture and the descriptions of him, was a man about 5'6" in height, normal weight, clean-shaven, light-complected, with a thick crop of blond hair. This description corresponded with Dr. Perry's in only one respect: the height. Dr. Perry was stout and at least 30 pounds above normal weight. He had a black mustache and a goatee, and was dark-complected. Further, the hair on his head consisted only of a black fringe, which ran around his temples and the back of his neck. Under the circumstances, it was not strange that Detective Carr's conviction was a bit shaken, and that he decided to keep his suspicions to himself until he made a thorough investigation on his own account. Neither of Mr. Curven's heirs had ever seen the missing Lesser. However, the detective dug up 2 Curven and Lesser employees, and 2 of the firm's clients who had met Lesser personally a number of times. One of these men agreed to go up to Dr. Perry's office and have his teeth cleaned. The other 3 were posted by the detective at different times in a restaurant where the doctor took his lunch. 3 of the men were positive that Mr. Lesser and Dr. Perry were not the same person. The 4th said, "Well, the shape of his head is a little like Lesser's, but you couldn't get me to swear in court that they were the same person. No, sir, not me." Detective Carr then tried to get at the mystery from a different angle. He looked into Dr. Perry's past history. He discovered that Dr. Raymond K. Perry had graduated from the Horn Dental College in New York in 1914. The doctor, in accordance with state law, had renewed his license every year, all of which was perfectly regular. But the doctor had rented his office on 48th Street 10 months ago, or at just about the time that Mr. Lesser disappeared, and Detective Carr could find no record of his having practiced his profession any time before that. Further, the records in the City Bureau of Taxes disclosed that Dr. Raymond K. Perry owned real estate to the value of $140,000 on East 157th Street, and that the property had been purchased at about the same time the doctor opened his dental office. Dr. Perry lived on Claremont Avenue. No one at his address could shed the faintest light on his past career. He had rented the apartment 10 months ago, and had always been prompt in the payment of his rent. He never had visitors. When he rented the apartment, he had remarked that he was living in Yonkers, but desired to live in the city in order to be closer to his office. The detective consulted the city directories and the phone books for the last 7 years. He examined membership lists of all the city and state dental societies. He telegraphed the national organization. He visited all the dental supply houses and manufacturers of dental instruments. The investigation yielded the name Raymond L. Perry but twice, and these Perrys proved to be senior and junior, with an office in Brooklyn. The Raymond K. on 48th Street was not related to them. All this would not have been unusual if there had been evidence that Dr. Perry had lived in another state before opening his office on 48th Street. But the doctor had said he moved down from Yonkers. That a man practicing the profession of dentistry and worth upward of $140,000 could leave an absolutely recordless existence did not seem probable, and yet the most painstaking search had revealed but one fact in the career of Dr. Perry previous to his opening the 48th Street office. That fact, as has been stated, was his graduation from the dental college in 1914. Detective Carr's weakness did not include the lack of persistence. He had great faith in his camera eye quality, and Dr. Perry's past, or seeming absence of past, only stimulated his activities. The detective began the tiresome task of canvassing those dental offices of New York City which were large enough to employ additional dentists. Carr spent 8 hours each day for 7 weeks at this work, but finally his quest bore fruit. The payrolls in Dr. Kirkbush's office showed that in January 1918, a Dr. Raymond K. Perry had been discharged for drunkenness. Nobody in the Kirkbush office recalled the appearance of Dr. Perry. Detective Carr, however, considered it significant that only 1 month later, February 1918, Mr. William Lester had entered the employ of Mr. Kervin. The chain of evidence, though circumstantial, removed all doubt from the detective's mind. Still, although Detective Carr was perfectly convinced of Dr. Perry's guilt, he knew that his evidence was not conclusive enough to persuade a jury. The fact that he could offer no direct identification was the weakness of his case. He felt that he had 2 lines of attack open to him. There was a chance that he could find some person or persons whose memory for faces was good enough to enable them to identify Dr. Perry as Mr. Lester. His other hope lay in a direct attack upon the doctor himself. This attack, of course, would have to be subtle. The doctor would have to be squeezed, prodded and annoyed by a series of seemingly innocuous questions and insinuations into betraying himself by some word or act. The work on the detective's teeth was to be finished in 3 weeks. There were 2 appointments, each of an hour's duration, each week. Detective Carr was to have 6 hours more of personal contact with the suspect. 2. Detective Carr was keeping his last appointment with Dr. Perry. The doctor was putting a root canal filling into the first molar on the upper left-hand side. The nerve, or dental pulp, had been removed, and it remained only to seal the cavity with gutta percha and insert the amalgam filling. The detective was seated comfortably in the dentist's chair. Dr. Perry was standing nearby, preparing his instruments. "Not at all, Doctor," said Carr, in answer to a question by the dentist. "Detective work is not nearly as exciting as it is commonly supposed to be. It's mostly dull, routine labor. Of course, there are exceptions. I was working on a case not so long ago. Quite an ordinary affair. A murder had been committed and the suspect had disappeared. My job was simply to tramp the streets and keep my eyes open. Hard work, Doctor, and not exactly exciting. I met the fellow by accident and arrested him. But when at headquarters the man removed his hat, I received the shock of my life. The prisoner was almost completely bald, and yet it had been definitely proved that 5 days previous, when the crime had been committed, he had a crop of long, thick, brown hair. But this circumstances, which at first seemed to ruin our case, the prisoner of course denied he was the wanted man, eventually proved his undoing. Men don't usually lose a thick crop of hair in 5 days. We were sure of that. We consequently deduced that the prisoner had made himself bald by some artificial method. Rather unique, eh? You frequently hear of men disguising themselves by putting on wigs, but they seldom effect a disguise by pulling out their natural hair. Well, while the entire department was trying to puzzle out a way of proving that the suspect had removed his own hair, Nature herself solved the mystery for us. The man was held in jail without bail. After 3 weeks, the entire top of his head blossomed out like grass in the spring. That clinched it, of course. He confessed that he had first cut his hair short, and then removed the hairs with an electric needle. This process required a couple of days, but his trick would have worked if he could have applied the needle again on his hair as soon as it grew. The doctor, keeping his back turned to the detective, replied, "A unique case, Mr. Carr. You might call it a bald murder." The detective laughed. Then, after a pause, "We were talking last time of the murder of Mr. Kervin. Have you changed your mind and accepted my theory that the missing Mr. Lester, in all probability, remained in the city and made the bold stroke of adopting some mode of life which brings him into contact with many persons daily?" The doctor stiffened perceptibly. "An ingenious theory, Mr. Carr, but to judge from the newspaper accounts of Mr. Lester, he was probably not clever enough to work out so subtle a scheme." There was little conversation after that. Dr. Perry worked in almost complete silence on the tooth until the task was completed. The detective noticed that the dentist's hands were a trifle unsteady. Detective Carr left the office, determined to proceed quickly and openly against Dr. Perry. He had reached the conclusion that he had succeeded in tormenting the doctor into such a state of nerves that he would be unable to stand up under a grilling at headquarters. It was Carr's intention to consult the district attorney about the advisability of obtaining a warrant for Dr. Perry's arrest. While Carr was on his way to the district attorney's office, both of his shoelaces became loosened. He bent over to tie them. He held his head down for several minutes. Then, just as Detective Carr entered the district attorney's office, a strange phenomenon occurred. The detective was suddenly seized with a convulsion. He fell to the floor, and his body became rigid. A doctor was immediately summoned, but although Carr lived for almost an hour and a half, he could not be again brought to consciousness. The symptoms, the rigid muscles, the stiffness in the back of the neck, the asphyxia, the wide open and fixed eyes, the rhesus sardonicus, drawn aside mouth, convinced the doctor that Detective Carr had been poisoned with strychnine. The post-mortem investigation, however, only added another element of mystery to the tragedy. A chemical analysis of the stomach contents showed positively that no strychnine was present. If the doctor's diagnosis proved to be correct, it followed that strychnine must have been injected by a hypodermic syringe. But no needle was found on the dead man. It was also not clear why Carr, assuming it was suicide, had gone about it in this queer fashion. Symptoms of strychnine poisoning usually appear within 20 minutes or less after the poison is taken. Where had Detective Carr been before he came to the district attorney's office? Before the mystery could be solved, that question had to be answered. 3. Dr. Raymond K. Perry experienced a queer feeling even during the first visit of Detective Carr. He had a premonition that the detective had penetrated his disguise. When, a few days later, the dentist was visited by a former client of Lesser and Curvin, who came ostensibly to have his teeth cleaned, Perry's fears increased. A short time after, 3 of the former clients of Lesser and Curvin were in the restaurant in which the detective took his lunch. Dr. Perry was then certain. Detective Carr had identified him as the missing William Lesser. Dr. Perry knew that his arrest was imminent. Had any doubts remained, the actions of the detective himself would have cleared them away. The detective began referring casually to the Curvin case. He somehow managed to bring up this matter during every consultation, and he spoke of artificially induced baldness as an effective means of disguise. The doctor was aware that in the beginning the detective was a trifle uncertain, but with each visit the uncertainty gradually resolved itself into conviction. Dr. Perry was in a continuous state of suspense. It became obvious finally that the detective would arrest him. The dentist knew that an arrest would be his ruin. He would be unable to account for any of his actions previous to the last 10 months. And if they held him in jail without bail, as is customary in murder indictments, his hair would start growing, and that would expose him. The dentist, of course, could have fled, but that would be equivalent to a confession of guilt. He would invite a manhunt. Also, he would have to sacrifice all the money he had gained by the murder of Curvin. This money was tied up in real estate. If he attempted to make a sale, he would be merely inviting immediate arrest. There seemed to be but one other alternative. From the fact that he was never shadowed, the dentist reasoned that Detective Carr had not mentioned his suspicions to any other police officials. There was every indication that only Detective Carr was privy to the secret. If, therefore, a way could be found to dispose of Detective Carr, the status quo would be maintained, and Dr. Perry could keep living in comfort the rest of his life. As the dentist figured it, nothing could be lost by a second murder. They can't do more than electrocute a man. During the detective's last visit, the dentist made him an amalgam filling for the first molar on the upper left-hand side. The dental pulp or nerve had been killed with arsenic and removed previously. It remained only to put in a gutta percha point, seal it with liquid gutta percha, and close the top of the cavity with amalgam. But the dentist did not use gutta percha. Instead, he inserted a paste made of strychnine and rammed it into the root canal. Strychnine acts rather rapidly, especially when it may be absorbed easily into the blood. The dentist was consequently in somewhat of a hurry when he put in the amalgam. He was a trifle nervous and anxious. Cold-blooded murderers exist, for the most part, only in fiction. He managed, however, to get the detective out of the office alive, and when that was accomplished, most of his worries were over, for there seemed to be not the slightest chance that the murder could be proved against him. There would indeed be no way of proving that it was murder, and not even the most careful autopsy would be likely to probe into the cavities of Detective Carr's teeth. The X-ray pictures which Dr. Perry had taken of Detective Carr's mouth showed that the apex of the root of the molar in question extended into the antrum, which is a pocket extending from the nasal cavity into the bone. This was not at all an unusual condition. Dr. Perry knew that the strychnine would be absorbed into the blood by way of the antrum. Death would then be a matter of minutes. Under normal conditions, it would take several hours for the action to start. By then, the detective would no longer be near the dental office, and the chances were that even if he lived long enough to give information, he would not associate the tooth filling with the poison. The next morning's paper, perhaps, would have the news of the detective's death. It looked safe. Absolutely safe. 4. As Dr. Perry expected, the next morning's paper contained the news of Detective Carr's strange death, and, according to accounts, headquarters was at a loss to explain the mystery. It was difficult to reconcile the known facts with either a murder or a suicide theory. The doctor smiled as he read the reports. They were very satisfying to him. He had been in his office about an hour when 3 men, who introduced themselves as Detective Sergeant Elm, Detective Mosier, and Medical Examiner Richard, called upon him. "From one of Detective Carr's friends, we learned that you have been treating Carr's teeth," said Detective Sergeant Elm. "Was Carr in here yesterday for an appointment?" Dr. Perry, afraid that a trap was being laid for him and that he would betray himself by lying, was slow to reply. "Why, I'm not sure. That is, he may have been. I'll have to consult my records." "Never mind. The point is, you have been treating Detective Carr, and in that case it is extremely unlikely that Carr was receiving treatment from another dentist also." Then, after a pause, "Do you know that Detective Carr died yesterday from strychnine poisoning?" "No. Well, I did read something in the papers." "It was very mystifying at first," interrupted Detective Sergeant Elm. "A most careful chemical analysis discovered no strychnine in the stomach. However, we found the strychnine. Does that interest you?" The dentist flushed. "It evidently does," said Elm. "You're a mighty clever man, Dr. Perry. However, you overlook the fact that strychnine poisoning causes convulsions. You made a mighty sloppy job of filling Carr's upper molar. Murder in haste and repent at leisure, that will be a good proverb for you too. During Carr's fit of convulsions, the amalgam filling was jarred loose and fell out of his mouth. Detective Mosier found it this morning under the desk in the district attorney's office." Detective Sergeant Elm took a small glass vial out of his pocket and held it out toward Dr. Perry. "Your amalgam filling is in this bottle, Doctor, and there are traces of strychnine on it. Also, the medical examiner here afterwards found traces of the poison in the root canal of the tooth. That makes it pretty conclusive, doesn't it?" 5. Detective Carr's story of the man who had disguised himself by artificially inducing baldness was a myth. However, the official records now include the case of one Dr. Raymond K. Perry, alias William Lesser, who grew a beautiful crop of hair while awaiting his execution. Furthermore, the doctor's dark complexion paled noticeably under the regular prison baths. As for his stoutness, he had been one of those not altogether uncommon men who can put on or take off an appreciable amount of weight by change of diet. It was thus that Perry, after murdering Mr. Kervin, was able to effect a great change in his appearance within a week. He had then made the bold stroke of opening a dental office and practicing the profession right under the eyes of the police. Perry, it must be explained, was actually a dentist. After graduating from a dental college, he failed to make good with Dr. Kickbush and was discharged. He then applied for a position as clerk in the office of Mr. Kervin and assumed the name Lesser because he intended to re-enter the dental profession again and did not want it to be known that he was an ex-clerk. Detective Carr, it transpired, had not mentioned his suspicions concerning Dr. Perry at headquarters. But after the doctor had been convicted for murdering the detective, he confessed his former crime. The end of Murder in Haste by John Baer. A Murderer's Mistake from Minute Mysteries, Detectagram by H.A. Ripley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Murderer's Mistake by H.A. Ripley. "Look, Professor, that's how the murderer got in, all right," said Tracy. As Fordney walked over to the ladder standing 2 feet from the back of the house, he knelt down and carefully studied the heavy footprints around it. "Whose room is that?" he inquired, pointing to a second-story window against which the top of the 30-foot ladder rested. "That's Uncle's study," replied Tracy. Going into the house, Fordney first questioned Withers, who had discovered the body of Lane, Tracy's uncle. "I was reading in my room," he said. "About 2 o'clock, I heard a noise, so I armed myself and crept out into the hall. Then I heard it again, apparently in the study, so I stole down the corridor, opened the door, and rushed in. I turned on the light, ran over to the open window, looked out, and saw a man scurry down the ladder, jump off, and run. I fired twice, but evidently missed him," he concluded. "Were you home all evening, Mr. Tracy?" "No, I had just put up the car when I heard the shots and saw a figure dash around the house." "I'll take a look at your car later, Tracy. Withers, show me exactly how you found Lane before you lifted him onto the divan." As Withers righted the overturned chair, fitted its legs carefully to 4 impressions in the rug at the right of a smoking stand, sat down, and slumped over to the left, Fordney said, "That's enough. Which one of you killed him?" Solution. These murderers, like many others, betrayed themselves by a simple oversight. One look at the ladder, and Fordney knew that no man could have climbed up or down it. A 30-foot ladder was placed 2 feet from the house. Any person ascending or descending the ladder in such a position would have fallen backwards before reaching the top or bottom. The end of A Murderer's Mistake by H.A. Ripley. The Mystery of the Semi-Detached from Grim Tales by E. Nesbit. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Mystery of the Semi-Detached by E. Nesbit. He was waiting for her. He had been waiting an hour and a half in a dusty suburban lane, with a row of big elms on one side and some eligible building sites on the other, and far away to the southwest the twinkling yellow lights of the Crystal Palace. It was not quite like a country lane, for it had pavement and lamp-posts, but it was not a bad place for a meeting, all the same. And further up towards the cemetery, it was really quite rural, and almost pretty, especially in twilight. But twilight had long deepened into night, and still he waited. He loved her, and he was engaged to be married to her, with the complete disapproval of every reasonable person who had been consulted. And this half-clandestine meeting was tonight to take the place of the grudging sanctioned weekly interview, because a certain rich uncle was visiting at her house, and her mother was not the woman to acknowledge to a moneyed uncle, who might go off any day, a match so deeply ineligible as hers with him. So he waited for her, and the chill of an unusually severe May evening entered into his bones. The policeman passed him with a surly response to his "good night." The bicyclists went by him like gray ghosts with foghorns, and it was nearly 10 o'clock, and she had not come. He shrugged his shoulders and turned towards his lodgings. His road led him by her house, desirable, commodious, semi-detached, and he walked slowly as he neared it. She might, even now, be coming out. But she was not. There was no sign of movement about the house, no sign of life, no lights, even in the windows, and her people were not early people. He paused by the gate, wondering. Then he noticed that the front door was open, wide open, and the street lamp shone a little way into the dark hall. There was something about all this that did not please him, that scared him a little, indeed. The house had a gloomy and deserted air. It was obviously impossible that it harbored a rich uncle. The old man must have left early, in which case... He walked up the path of patent-glazed tiles and listened. No sign of life. He passed into the hall. There was no light anywhere. Where was everybody, and why was the front door open? There was no one in the drawing room. The dining room and the study, 9 feet by 7, were equally blank. Everyone was out, evidently. But the unpleasant sense that he was, perhaps, not the first casual visitor to walk through the open door impelled him to look through the house before he went away and closed it after him. So he went upstairs, and at the door of the first bedroom he came to, he struck a wax match, as he had done in the sitting room. Even as he did so, he felt that he was not alone, and he was prepared to see something, but for what he saw he was not prepared. For what he saw laying on the bed in a white, loose gown, and it was his sweetheart, and its throat was cut from ear to ear. He doesn't know what happened then, nor how he got downstairs and into the street. But he got out somehow, and the policeman found him in a fit, under the lamp-post at the corner of the street. He couldn't speak when they picked him up, and he passed the night in the police cells, because a policeman had seen plenty of drunk men before, but never one in a fit. The next morning he was better, though still very white and shaky. But the tale he told the magistrate was convincing, and they sent a couple of constables with him to her house. There was no crowd about it as he fancied there would be, and the blinds were not down. As he stood, dazed, in front of the house, it opened, and she came out. He held on to the door-post for support. "She's all right, you see," said the constable who had found him under the lamp. "I told you you were drunk, but you would know best." When he was alone with her, he told her, not all, for that would not bear telling, but how he had come into the commodious semi-detached, and how he had found the door open and the lights out, and that he had been into that long back room facing the stairs, and had seen something, in even trying to hint at which he turned sick and broke down, and had to have brandy given him. "But, my dearest," she said, "I dare say the house was dark, for we all went to the Crystal Palace with my uncle, and no doubt the door was open, for the maids will run out if they're left. But you could not have been in that room, because I locked it when I came away, and the key was in my pocket. I dressed in a hurry, and I left all my odds and ends lying about." "I know," he said. "I saw a green scarf on the chair, and some long brown gloves, and lots of hairpins and ribbons, and a prayer book, and a lace handkerchief on the dressing table. Why, I even noticed the almanac on the mantelpiece. October 21st. At least it couldn't be that, because this is May. And yet it was. Your almanac is at October 21st, isn't it?" "No, of course it isn't," she said, smiling rather anxiously. But all the other things are just as you say. You must have had a dream, or a vision, or something." He was a very ordinary, commonplace city young man, and he didn't believe in visions. But he never rested a day or night until he got his sweetheart and her mother away from that commodious semi-detached, and settled them in a quiet, distant suburb. In the course of the removal, he incidentally married her, and the mother went on living with them. His nerves must have been a good bit shaken, because he was very queer for a long time, and was always inquiring if anyone had taken the desirable semi-detached. And when an old stockbroker with a family took it, he went the length of calling on the old man and imploring him by all that he held dear not to live in that fatal house. "Why?" said the stockbroker, not unnaturally. And then he got so vague and confused between trying to tell why and trying not to tell why, that the stockbroker showed him out, and thanked his God that he was not such a fool as to allow a lunatic to stand in the way of his taking that really remarkably cheap and desirable semi-detached residence. Now, the curious and quite inexplicable part of the story is that when she came down to breakfast on the morning of the 22nd of October, she found him looking like death, with the morning paper in his hand. He caught hers. He couldn't speak, and pointed to the paper. And there she read that on the night of the 21st, a young lady, the stockbroker's daughter, had been found with her throat cut from ear to ear, on the bed in the long back bedroom facing the stairs of that desirable semi-detached. The end of The Mystery of the Semi-Detached by E. Nesbit.
The Nightmare Room by A. Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. The Nightmare Room by A. Conan Doyle. The sitting room of the Masons was a very singular apartment. At one end, it was furnished with considerable luxury. The deep sofas, the low, luxurious chairs, the voluptuous statuettes, and the rich curtains hanging from deep and ornamental screens of metalwork made a fitting frame for the lovely woman who was the mistress of the establishment. Mason, a young but wealthy man of affairs, had clearly spared no pains and no expense to meet every want and every whim of his beautiful wife. It was natural that he should do so, for she had given up much for his sake. The most famous dancer in France, the heroine of a dozen extraordinary romances, she had resigned her life of glittering pleasure in order to share the fate of the young American, whose austere ways differed so widely from her own. In all that wealth could buy, he tried to make amends for what she had lost. Some might, perhaps, have thought it in better taste had he not proclaimed this fact, had he not even allowed it to be printed. But, save for some personal peculiarities of the sort, his conduct was that of a husband who has never, for an instant, ceased to be a lover. Even the presence of spectators would not prevent the public exhibition of his overpowering affection. But the room was singular. At first it seemed familiar, and yet a longer acquaintance made one realize its sinister peculiarities. It was silent, very silent. No footfall could be heard upon those rich carpets and heavy rugs. A struggle, even the fall of a body, would make no sound. It was strangely colorless also, in a light which seemed always subdued. Nor was it all furnished in equal taste. One would have said that when the young banker had lavished thousands upon this boudoir, this inner jewel case for his precious possession, he had failed to count the cost and had suddenly been arrested by a threat to his own solvency. It was luxurious where it looked out upon the busy street below. At the farther side it was bare, Spartan, and reflected rather the taste of a most ascetic man than of a pleasure-loving woman. Perhaps that was why she only came there for a few hours, sometimes 2, sometimes 4, in the day. But while she was there, she lived intensely. Within this nightmare room, Lucille Mason was a very different and a far more dangerous woman than she was in any other room. Dangerous, that was the word. Who could doubt it, who saw her delicate figure stretched upon the great bearskin which draped the sofa? She was leaning upon her right elbow, her delicate but determined chin resting upon her hand, while her eyes, large and languishing, adorable but inexorable, stared out in front of her with a fixed intensity which had in it something vaguely terrible. It was a lovely face, a child's face, and yet nature had placed there some subtle mark, some indefinable expression which told that a devil lurked within. It had been noticed that dogs shrank from her, and that children screamed and ran from her caresses. There are instincts that are deeper than reason. Upon this particular afternoon, something had greatly moved her. A letter was in her hand, which she read and reread with a tightening of those delicate little eyebrows and a grim setting of those delicious lips. Suddenly she started, and a shadow of fear softened the feline menace of her features. She raised herself upon her arm, and her eyes were fixed eagerly upon the door. She was listening intently, listening for something which she dreaded, most certainly dreaded to hear. For a moment, a smile of relief played over her expressive face. Then, with a look of horror, she stuffed her letter into her dress. She had hardly done so before the door opened and a young man came briskly into the room. It was Archie Mason, her husband, the man whom she had loved, the man for whom she had sacrificed her European fame, the man whom now she regarded as the one obstacle to a new and wonderful experience. The American was a man about 30, clean-shaven, athletic, dressed to perfection in a closely cut suit which outlined his perfect figure. He stood at the door with his arms folded, looking intently at his wife, with a face which might have been a handsome, sun-tinted mask, save for those vivid eyes. She still leaned upon her elbow, but her eyes were fixed on his. There was something terrible in the silent exchange. Each interrogated the other, and each conveyed the thought that the answer was vital. He might have been asking, "What have you done?" She, in her turn, seemed to be saying, "What do you know?" Finally, he walked forward, sat down upon the bearskin beside her, and, taking her delicate ear gently between his fingers, turned her face towards his. "Lucille," he said, "are you poisoning me?" She sprang back from his touch, with horror in her face and protests upon her lips. Too moved to speak, her surprise and her anger showed themselves, rather, in her darting hands and her convulsed features. She tried to rise, but his grasp tightened upon her wrist. Again he asked his question, but this time it had deepened in its terrible significance. "Lucille, why are you poisoning me?" "You are mad, Archie, mad," she gasped. His answer froze her blood. With pale, parted lips and blanched cheeks, she could only stare at him in helpless silence. He drew a small bottle from his pocket and held it before her eyes as grim evidence of her guilt. "It is from your jewel case," he said. Twice she tried to speak and failed. At last the words came, slowly, one by one, from her contorted lips. "At least, I never used it." Again his hand sought his pocket. From it he drew a sheet of paper, which he unfolded and held before her. "It is the certificate of Dr. Angus. It shows the presence of 12 grains of antimony. I have also the evidence of Duval, the chemist who sold it." Her face was terrible to look at. There was nothing to say. She could only lie with that fixed, hopeless stare, like some fierce creature in a fatal trap. "Well?" he asked. There was no answer, save a movement of desperation and appeal from the beautiful woman. "Why?" he said. "I want to know why." As he spoke, his eye caught the edge of the letter which she had thrust into her bosom. In an instant he had snatched it. With a cry of despair, she tried to regain it, but he held her off with one hand, while his eyes raced over it. "Campbell!" he gasped. "It was Campbell!" She had found her courage again. There was nothing more to conceal. Her face set, hard and firm. Her eyes were deadly as daggers as she faced him. "Yes," she said, "it is Campbell." "My God! Campbell! of all men. He rose and walked swiftly about the room. Campbell, the grandest man that he had ever known, a man whose whole life had been one long record of self-denial, of courage, of every quality which marks the chosen man. And yet he, too, had fallen a victim to this siren, and had been dragged down to such a level that he had betrayed, in intention if not in actual deed, the man whose hand he shook in friendship. It was incredible. And yet here was the passionate, pleading letter, imploring his wife to fly and share the fate of a penniless man. Every word of the letter showed that Campbell had, at least, no thought of Mason's death, which would have removed all difficulties. That devilish solution was the outcome of the deep and wicked brain which brooded within that perfect habitation in the mind of the woman he loved. Mason was a man in a million, a philosopher, a thinker, with a broad and tender sympathy for others. For an instant his soul had been submerged in his bitterness. He could, for that brief period, have slain both his wife and Campbell, and gone to his own death with the serene mind of a man who has done his plain duty. But already, as he paced the room, milder thoughts had begun to prevail. How could he blame Campbell? He knew the absolute witchery of this woman. It was not only her wonderful physical beauty. She had a unique power of seeming to take an interest in a man, in writhing into his inmost conscience, in penetrating those parts of his nature which were too sacred for the world, and in seeming to stimulate him towards ambition, and even towards virtue and splendid kindliness. It was just there that the deadly cleverness of her net was shown. He remembered how it had been in his own case. She was free then, or so he thought, and he had been able to marry her. But suppose she had not been free? Suppose she had been married? And suppose she had taken possession of his soul in the same way? Would he have stopped there? Would he have been able to draw off with his unfulfilled longings? He was bound to admit that with all his New England strength, he could not have done so. Why, then, should he feel so bitter with his unfortunate friend, who was in the same position? It was pity and sympathy that filled his mind as he thought of Campbell, caught by this wonderful siren. And she? There she lay, upon the sofa, a poor, broken butterfly, her dreams dispersed, her plot detected, her future dark and perilous. Even for her, poisoner as she was, his heart relented. He knew something of her history. He knew her as a spoiled child from birth, untamed, unchecked, sweeping everything easily before her with her cleverness, her beauty, and her charm. She had never known an obstacle. Now one had risen across her path, and she had madly and wickedly tried to remove it in the only way she could think of. But if she had wished to remove it, was not that in itself a sign that he had been found wanting, that he was not the man who could bring her peace of mind and contentment of heart? He was too stern and self-contained for that sunny, volatile nature. He was of the north, and she of the south, drawn strongly together for a time by the law of opposites, but impossible for permanent union. He should have seen this. He should have understood it. It was on him that the responsibility lay. His heart softened towards her, as it would to a little child that was in helpless trouble. For a time he had paced the room in silence, his lips compressed, his hands clenched till his nails had marked his palms. Now, with a sudden movement, he sat beside her and took her cold and inert hand in his. "You shall choose between us, dear," he said. "If really you are sure, you know, that Campbell could make you happy, I will not be the obstacle." "A divorce!" she gasped. His hand closed upon the bottle of poison. "You can call it that," said he. A new, strange light shone in her eyes as she looked at him. "Archie," she cried, "you could forgive me even that?" He smiled at her. "You are only a little wayward kiddie after all." Her arms were outstretched to him when there was a tap at the door, and the maid entered, in the strange, silent fashion in which all things moved in that room. There was a card on the tray. "Captain Campbell! I will not see him." Mason sprang to his feet. "On the contrary, he is most welcome. Show him up this instant." A few minutes later, a tall, sunburnt young soldier had been ushered into the room. He came forward with a smile upon his pleasant features. But as the door closed behind him, and the faces before him resumed their natural expressions, he paused, irresolutely. "Well?" he asked. Mason stepped forward and laid his hand upon his shoulder. "I bear no ill will," he said. "Ill will?" "Yes, I know all, but I might have done the same myself, had the position been reversed," Mason quietly told him. Campbell stepped back and looked a question at the lady. She nodded and shrugged her graceful shoulders. Mason smiled. "You need not fear that it is a trap for a confession. We have had a frank talk upon the matter. See, Jack, you were always a sportsman. Here's a bottle. Never mind how it came here. If one or the other of us drinks it, It will clear the situation." His manner was wild, almost delirious. "Lucille, which shall it be?" There had been a strange force at work in the nightmare room. A third man was there, though not one of the three who stood in the crisis of their life's drama had time or thought for him. How long he had been there, how much he had heard, none could say. In the corner farthest from the little group, he was crouched against the wall, a sinister, snake-like figure, silent and scarcely moving, save for a nervous twitching of his clenched right hand, intent, watching eagerly every new phase of the drama. "Are you game, Jack?" asked Mason. The soldier nodded. "No, no!" cried the woman. Mason had uncorked the bottle, and, turning to the side table, he drew out a pack of cards. "We can't put the responsibility on her," he said. "Come, Jack, the best of three." The soldier approached the table. He fingered the fatal cards. The woman, leaning upon her hand, bent her face forward and stared with fascinated eyes. Then, and only then, the bolt fell. The stranger had risen, pale and grave. All three were suddenly aware of his presence. They faced him with eager inquiry in their eyes. He looked at them with something of the master in his bearing. "How is it?" they asked, all together. "Rotten," he said. "Rotten. We'll shoot the whole scene again tomorrow." End of The Nightmare Room by A. Conan Doyle. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
The Sequel by Walter Scott Story. From Weird Tales Magazine, March 1923. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Sequel by Walter Scott Story. Sobered on the instant, the padlock had clicked when Montessor passed the chain about my waist and thus fastened me to the wall. I stood upright in the little dungeon, the blood running cold in my veins. With a maniacal laughter, he withdrew from the niche. Whipping a towel from under his robe, he began to wall up the narrow opening. I knew it was not a joke, a drunken jest. I saw that his drunkenness had fallen from him. The dying flambeau fell from my nerveless hand and cast a fitful, bloody glow against the whitened, dripping walls. I shook the chain frenziedly. "For God's sake, Montessor!" I cried. He replied with a horrible, mocking laugh, and, like a devil from hell, lifted his voice with mine to show that it was idle to call for help. I always distrusted Montessor. I knew him to be a serpent. He feared me and was jealous of my person and attachments. In spite of all his fawnings and smiles, I knew he hated me deeply for the injuries I had heaped upon him, and for the open insults I had added to them. And yet I swear he had never in the slightest suspected that it was not Giovanna, the tenor, who was successful with his wife, but I. "Fortunato!" he called, and his hoarse tone echoed in a ghastly way through the gloomy catacombs of his ancestors, and re-echoed along the winding crypt. I made no reply. Cold beads of fear started from my brow as I strained against the chain and listened to the soft thudding of the stones he was building into the opening to make my tomb and the accompanying tinkle of his trowel. Even then I admired, perforce, the cleverness with which he had secured his revenge. It was the night of the carnival. He had found me in the streets, dazed with wine, and pretended that he wanted my judgment on a cask of sherry, had lured my staggering feet into the gloomy passages under his palazzo, and he had brought me to this narrow niche in the castle wall to entomb me alive where no one would ever find me. It was very clever. My memory fails me now, but I doubt not that I cried out many times for pity and mercy, and I take no shame in thinking that this may have been so. I recall his words, his horrible mouthings, as he worked with more haste and zeal than skill. But I was a brave man always. I did not yield myself to fate. It was unthinkable. I, Fortunato, to die walled up by Montesor. I cursed him and his line. I wrenched at the chain with ferocious strength, more eager to have him by the throat than to be free to live. I called upon all the saints, and particularly to my patron saint. You shall see that I was not unheard. The wall grew high, to his breast, and in the light of his flambeau set somewhere in the wall outside, I could see Montesor's sweating face as he labored with the stones. Suddenly he thrust his torch through the opening no larger than his head, and to deceive him I prostrated myself upon the door, and laughed the laugh of a dying man. I heard the thud of another stone, and looked up quickly. My flambeau had died out, Montesor's had disappeared, and there was no opening. I was in a tomb of stone. Absolute darkness surrounded me. The walls seemed to press upon me like icy blankets. The silence was absolute as the darkness reigned. I leapt to my feet. Silence, silence, absolute silence, save for my own laboring breath. Maria, suppose the mortar hardened ere I could throw my weight against the poor wall he had built. Then I were lost. I called out loud for my holy saint. Lucky it was that I had the bodily strength of two. I strained upon the chain wildly. I seized it in my hands and tore it with savage determination. I would not die thus. In desperation, frantic with rage and fear, I made one last violent, prodigious effort to free myself, with strength enough to make the palazzo tremble, and in that last great effort the staples of the chain tore loose from the half-rotted stone in which they were fastened. Hot tears of joy welled in my eyes. I vowed 100 candles to the Virgin, but I could not take the time to give thanks. Throwing myself upon the wall Montesor had just reared, my feet desperately braced on the rough stone, I fought for liberty like a tiger. Heavens! It gave. The wall gave. It yielded like a stiff canvas against the push of a hand, gave slowly, but surely, bulging outward, then went rumbling down. I thrust myself through the jagged opening into the catacombs. I was free. What a joy if Montesor had been there, even though he wore his rapier, and I had but my poignard. It was very dark, and yet I could see a gleam of light in the direction from which we had come. Montesor, crazed with the thought of sweet revenge, I drunk with wine. I paused and thought. Should I find him in the street this gay time and slay him? No, there was a better thing to do. With haste and no mean skill, I built up the wall anew, closing the opening of what might have been my tomb, had I been a weak man, and against this new wall erected a rampart of old bones. Then, thrusting the dangling end of the chain within my doublet, began to retrace my feet toward freedom. I struck my foot against some small, soft object, and halted with a start. I leaned over. I had kicked against Montesor's mask, and I put it over my face. I knew that all his servants were away to enjoy the carnival, but it would do no harm to wear this mask, and it served my purpose. I passed through the crypt, and walked back swiftly and steadily through the range of low arches, through which I had come staggering to the awful doom. Soon I was above in my false friend's rich suites, in the cheerful glow of many lights. But all was quiet. No one stirred. I was alone, safe. I went light-footed through the deserted house. I could hear the shouts and laughter of merry people in the street, until I came to the passage leading to the plaza. There I stopped, with the blood jumping in my veins like wildfire. In this hall, in the corner upon a low settee, lay Montesor, sprawling in a heavy stupor, as drunk with wine as I had been when I trustfully entered within his doors. I paused over his body. Within my bosom was the dagger with which I never part, and yet I let him lie there unharmed. When I elbowed my way, masked, through the square, it was 12 o'clock. I was in time to keep my appointment with my wife. I laughed. What a jest! And Montesor's wife was waiting for me in the usual place. Such a beautiful woman. I really loved her, and I hope he did. I was as clever as I was brave. I was, indeed, an exceedingly clever man. I had seen my creditors pressing, and all things turned toward ruin, and that is why I had converted everything possible into gold and precious stones. That night I crept unseen into my own house, from which my servants, like Montesor's, had stolen away to enjoy the carnival, and, securing all the wealth I had secreted, was up and away, my chain stricken off by an obscure armor. I have no doubt that my body servant was executed for the theft of my fortune, as indeed he should have been for watching my belongings so poorly. But I know not. Then we left the city, while the streets were still crowded and gay, Montesor's wife and I, and went to England, where we have lived a long life and very happy. Years ago I heard a vague rumor that Montesor believed his beautiful wife had gone away with Giovanna the tenor, who disappeared at about that time. But it was not so. As for Lady Fortunato, she may have guessed the truth, and Montesor will believe until he dies that my bones lay crumbling in the little walled-in dungeon below his palazzo. The end of The Sequel by Walter Scott Story.